The war had ended, but the silence it left behind felt heavier than any curse. Hogwarts stood repaired yet scarred, its stones holding memories that whispered through the corridors long after the students returned. Hermione Granger walked those halls with careful steps, carrying books against her chest like armor. She had survived the battle, survived the losses, yet peace felt unfamiliar. It settled unevenly, like a robe that never quite fit. Draco Malfoy felt the same unease, though he would never admit it aloud. He kept to the edges of the castle now, no longer flanked by admirers or fear. The war had stripped him down to something quieter and more human. He moved through the days with a cautious grace, aware of every glance thrown his way. Some held anger, others curiosity, and a few carried something close to pity. None of them mattered as much as the weight he carried within himself. Their paths began to cross in small, unremarkable ways. A shared table in the library. A silent moment in the corridor when both reached for the same door. A passing glance during meals that lingered a second too long. Neither spoke of it, yet something unfamiliar stirred beneath the surface of their carefully rebuilt lives. Hermione noticed him first in moments of stillness. She saw how he lingered near the windows, as if searching for something beyond the grounds. She saw the way his shoulders tightened when laughter echoed too loudly. He was not the boy she remembered, not the one shaped by cruelty and arrogance. This version carried regret like a shadow that refused to leave. Draco noticed her in the quiet determination of her movements. She was no longer the girl desperate to prove herself. She had become someone steady and assured, someone whose presence calmed the chaos around her. Watching her felt like standing near a warm fire after a long winter. Comforting and terrifying at once. Their first real conversation happened by accident. Hermione had dropped a stack of books, and Draco had knelt to help her gather them. Their hands brushed and both froze. The moment stretched, fragile and charged, until Hermione cleared her throat and thanked him. Draco nodded, unsure of what to say, and yet something unspoken settled between them. From that day forward, silence no longer felt empty. They spoke in brief exchanges at first, careful and polite. About classes, about rebuilding efforts, about the strange quiet that followed war. Slowly, those conversations grew longer. They spoke of fear and guilt, of choices made too young, of futures that felt uncertain yet open. What surprised them both was how easy it became. There was no grand apology, no dramatic confession. There was simply understanding, growing quietly like roots beneath the soil. The castle seemed to notice the change before anyone else did. Corridors felt warmer. The great hall less hollow. Even the ghosts drifted with a gentler air. Hermione laughed more freely, and Draco found himself smiling without thinking. It frightened him how much he cared for those moments. One evening, rain tapped softly against the windows as they sat together in the common study room. The fire crackled low, casting shadows that danced along the walls. Hermione was reading, Draco pretending to, though his attention kept drifting toward her. Finally, he spoke her name, his voice barely louder than the rain. She looked up, eyes curious but calm. He told her he did not know how to atone for the past, only that he wanted to be better than he had been. He expected judgment or anger. Instead, she offered understanding. She said that change was not measured by words but by choices made each day. That night marked a turning point neither fully understood. They did not touch, did not promise anything. Yet when they parted, something invisible tied them together. Weeks passed, then months. Their bond deepened through shared laughter and quiet conversations that stretched late into the night. They studied together, walked the grounds together, and slowly allowed trust to replace old wounds. Others began to notice, whispers trailing behind them like curious shadows. When winter came, it brought clarity. During a walk beneath frost-tipped trees, Draco admitted that he cared for her in a way that frightened him. Hermione did not retreat. She reached for his hand, and the world seemed to steady itself around them. It was not a dramatic moment, but it was honest, and that made it powerful. Love did not arrive like a storm. It grew like dawn, soft and inevitable. They learned each other in fragments, in shared silences and gentle laughter. They faced doubts together and discovered strength in vulnerability. The past no longer ruled them. It informed them, shaped them, but did not define their future. By the time the school year ended, Their bond had become something real and undeniable. They stood side by side, no longer haunted by who they had been, but hopeful for who they could become. Neither of them could have imagined how deeply their lives would intertwine, or how their choices would ripple far beyond themselves. The world was healing, and so were they. What began as quiet understanding was becoming something powerful, something that would one day change everything. Spring arrived quietly at Hogwarts, melting the last traces of winter and carrying with it a sense of cautious renewal. The grounds filled with life again, and with it came a subtle shift in the way people moved and spoke. Hermione felt it in the air each morning when she stepped outside, a softness that made her breathe a little deeper. She often found Draco already there, standing near the lake or walking the paths as though he were relearning the world one step at a time. Their connection had grown into something steady, something neither rushed nor feared. They did not announce it, nor did they hide it. It simply existed, woven naturally into their days. Sometimes they walked in silence. Other times they talked until the sky darkened and the stars emerged. What surprised Hermione most was how safe she felt with him. Not protected, not shielded, but understood. Draco, on the other hand, struggled with the unfamiliar calm. For so long, his life had been shaped by expectation and pressure. Now, with those voices gone, he found himself facing emotions he had never allowed to surface. Hermione did not demand explanations or reassurance. She listened, and in doing so gave him space to become someone new. The rest of the school watched from a distance. Some whispered, some judged, others simply accepted. Ron remained wary, though he tried to be civil for Hermione's sake. Harry observed quietly, his gaze thoughtful but not unkind. Change had taught them all patience in different ways. One afternoon, as clouds drifted lazily overhead, Hermione and Draco sat beneath an old tree near the edge of the grounds. Books lay forgotten between them as conversation wandered from memories to hopes. Draco spoke of leaving behind his family name and carving a life that belonged only to him. Hermione spoke of wanting to help rebuild a world that had been broken too many times. It was there that something shifted. Not dramatic or loud, but deep and certain. Their hands found each other again, not tentative this time, but sure. The moment felt like a promise neither needed to voice. As the weeks passed, their bond deepened in ways neither anticipated. They learned how to argue without cruelty and how to forgive without pride. They learned that love was not perfection but persistence. Every shared glance and quiet laugh wove them closer together. The end of term arrived with unexpected weight. Students packed their belongings, laughter echoing through corridors that had once known fear. Hermione prepared to return to her parents for the summer, uncertain of what distance might bring. Draco faced his own uncertainty, unsure where he truly belonged now that the past no longer defined him. Their farewell was gentle but heavy. They stood at the gates, hands entwined, words lingering unsaid. Hermione promised to write. Draco promised to answer. When they parted, it felt less like an ending and more like a pause. Summer unfolded slowly. Letters traveled between them, filled with small details and quiet longing. Hermione wrote of books and sunlight and her parents' cautious curiosity about her life. Draco wrote of solitude, of rebuilding the manor, of learning how to exist without resentment. Through ink and parchment, their bond strengthened. When autumn returned, so did they. Hogwarts welcomed them like an old friend, unchanged yet alive. Their reunion was soft and certain, as though time itself had bent to preserve what they shared. From that moment on, they no longer questioned what they were to each other. Their closeness deepened into something tender and profound. They found comfort in shared routines, late-night talks, and long walks beneath the stars. The world around them continued to heal, but they were building something new entirely. It happened quietly, without warning or ceremony. A realization rather than a revelation. Hermione noticed how her thoughts often drifted to a future that included Draco without question. Draco realized that the idea of losing her filled him with a fear unlike any he had known. Love, real and unguarded, had taken root. They did not speak of forever. They did not need to. The way they looked at each other said enough. As the year progressed, life continued to test them. Old wounds resurfaced in conversations and dreams. Yet each challenge drew them closer instead of pulling them apart. They learned to lean on one another, to trust in the strength they were building together. One evening, beneath a sky painted with fading light, they stood side by side overlooking the lake. The water reflected their silhouettes, two figures bound by something deeper than circumstance. Draco reached for Hermione's hand, and this time, there was no hesitation, no fear. In that moment, they understood that their story was no longer about redemption or healing alone. It was about creation, about the future they would shape together, step by step, choice by choice. Neither of them could have predicted how their lives would unfold from here. They did not know the trials that awaited them or the joy that would one day redefine everything they believed about love and family. But as the sun dipped below the horizon, one truth settled quietly between them. Whatever came next, they would face it together. Autumn settled over Hogwarts with a quiet confidence, painting the grounds in amber and gold. The air carried a chill that felt clean rather than cruel, and the castle seemed to breathe more easily than it had in years. Hermione noticed how the season softened everything, even the memories that once clung too tightly to these walls. With Draco beside her, the world felt balanced in a way she had never known before. They had grown used to walking together in the early mornings, when the corridors were still half asleep. Those moments belonged only to them. No whispers, no expectations, just the echo of footsteps and the comfort of shared silence. Draco had begun to speak more freely now, no longer weighing every word as though it might betray him. He talked about things he once buried, about fears that still followed him, about the strange hope that had begun to take root in his chest. Hermione listened the way she always did, with patience and warmth. But she also challenged him when he tried to retreat into guilt. She reminded him that growth did not require punishment. Slowly, he began to believe her. Their closeness did not go unnoticed. Some students watched with curiosity, others with judgment, but neither of them let it matter. They had learned that peace did not come from approval. It came from honesty, from choosing each other even when it was difficult. One evening, as rain traced slow patterns against the windows, they sat together in the common area near the fire. The warmth wrapped around them as conversation drifted toward the future. Hermione spoke of her desire to help reshape the wizarding world, to make it fairer and kinder. Draco listened with a quiet intensity, struck by her certainty. He confessed that he feared he had little to offer such a future. She turned toward him then, her expression steady. She told him that the past did not define his worth, and that courage came in many forms. She said the world needed people willing to change, to learn, to care. And in that moment, Draco saw himself not as a shadow of what he had been, but as someone capable of becoming more. Their bond deepened through moments like these. Not grand gestures, but quiet truths exchanged in trust. They learned each other's rhythms, the way silence could be as meaningful as words. Love grew between them not as a fire, but as a steady light. As winter approached, something shifted within Hermione. It began subtly, a lingering exhaustion, a strange sensitivity to smells. She dismissed it at first, attributing it to stress or late-night studying. But as days passed, the feeling persisted. A quiet unease settled in her chest. Draco noticed before she spoke of it. He watched her carefully, concern etched into his expression. When she finally admitted that something felt different, he listened without panic, though his heart raced. They decided to seek Madame Pomfrey together, neither wanting to face the uncertainty alone. The news arrived softly, yet it echoed louder than any spell ever could. Hermione was carrying a child. Time seemed to pause. The world narrowed to a single breath, a single moment suspended between disbelief and wonder. Hermione felt a rush of emotions collide within her. Fear, awe, uncertainty, and something else that bloomed quietly beneath it all. Hope. Draco stood frozen, his thoughts spiraling. A child. A life born from something he never expected to deserve. His first instinct was fear, sharp and overwhelming. But beneath it lay something stronger. A fierce sense of responsibility and an unexpected warmth that filled his chest. They did not speak at first. They simply stood there, absorbing the weight of what they had been told. When Draco finally reached for Hermione's hand, his grip trembled. She squeezed back, grounding him. The days that followed were filled with questions and quiet conversations. They spoke of the challenges ahead, of the world they would bring this child into. Hermione worried about judgment, about the past casting long shadows. Draco worried about failing in ways he did not yet understand. Yet every fear was met with reassurance. Every doubt softened by trust. They chose to keep the news private for a while. Not out of shame, but out of reverence. This was something precious, something they wanted to protect before sharing it with the world. Their bond deepened in ways neither had imagined. Each moment carried new meaning, each touch gentler, more intentional. Draco changed in subtle ways. He became more attentive, more thoughtful. He listened more closely, laughed more freely. He began to imagine a future not defined by legacy or expectation, but by love and presence. Hermione saw this transformation and felt her heart swell with both gratitude and awe. As winter deepened, the castle seemed to cradle them. Snow fell softly outside the windows, blanketing the grounds in stillness. Within that quiet, they found clarity. This was not a mistake. This was not a burden. This was a beginning. One evening, as they stood by the window watching the snow fall, Hermione rested her head against Draco's shoulder. He wrapped an arm around her, holding her close. Neither spoke, yet everything was said. They were no longer just two people healing from the past. They were becoming something more. The future still held uncertainty. There would be challenges, judgments, and fears to face. But there would also be laughter, growth, and a love that had already proven its strength. As the snow continued to fall, wrapping the world in quiet promise, they understood one simple truth. Their story was no longer only theirs. A new life was already weaving itself into their hearts, reshaping everything they thought they knew. And for the first time, neither of them was afraid of what came next. Winter deepened its hold on the castle, wrapping Hogwarts in quiet layers of frost and silence. The world outside slowed, as if giving space for something fragile to grow. Inside those ancient walls, Hermione and Draco moved through their days with a new awareness, one that shaped every thought and every choice. The knowledge they carried was both heavy and luminous, changing the way they saw everything around them. Hermione woke each morning with a mixture of calm and uncertainty. Some days she felt strong and clear-headed. Other days she moved more slowly, her body reminding her that it was doing something extraordinary. Draco noticed every shift. He learned her rhythms, when she needed rest, when she needed distraction, when she simply needed someone to sit beside her in silence. He never made her feel fragile, only valued. They kept their secret close, but it lived between them in every glance and quiet smile. Their connection deepened in ways that words struggled to explain. It was no longer just about affection or understanding. It was about protection, responsibility, and a growing sense of purpose. Classes continued, though Hermione found herself stepping back from pushing herself too hard. She still loved learning, but now she listened more closely to her body. Draco often walked her to and from lessons, not out of obligation but instinct. He stayed close without being overbearing, a presence that steadied her. Rumors drifted through the halls as they always did, but none carried the truth. People noticed the way Draco watched Hermione with quiet devotion. Some whispered curiosity, others suspicion, but no one dared confront them directly. There was something unspoken in their closeness that discouraged intrusion. One evening, they sat together in a quiet corner of the library. Snow tapped softly against the windows, and the warm glow of lantern light surrounded them. Hermione traced absent patterns on the table as she spoke about her fears. She worried about the future, about judgment, about whether she would be strong enough for what lay ahead. Draco listened, his expression calm but intent. When she finished, he reached across the table and took her hand. He told her that strength was not the absence of fear, but the decision to move forward despite it. He said that whatever came, she would not face it alone. His voice did not tremble. He believed every word. That night, Hermione slept more peacefully than she had in weeks. As the days passed, Draco found himself reflecting on his own past with new clarity. The mistakes he had made no longer defined him, but they did guide him. He wanted to be better, not just for Hermione, but for the life growing quietly between them. The thought no longer frightened him. It grounded him. He began spending time in the castle gardens, even in the cold, imagining a future he had once believed impossible. A home filled with warmth instead of tension. Laughter instead of silence. Love instead of expectation. The idea felt fragile yet real, like something that needed care to survive. Hermione noticed the change in him. There was a softness in his eyes, a patience that had not been there before. She saw how carefully he chose his words, how deeply he listened. It made her heart ache in the best way. Eventually, the question of telling others could no longer be avoided. It hung between them, unspoken but heavy. One evening, as the fire crackled low, Hermione admitted she was afraid of how people would react. Draco understood. He had lived with judgment his entire life. They decided to tell Harry first. Not out of obligation, but trust. The moment came on a quiet afternoon. Harry listened in stunned silence, his expression shifting through confusion, concern, and finally something gentler. He asked questions, careful ones, and when they answered, he nodded slowly. There was no anger in his voice, only honesty. He told them it would not be easy, that people would talk, that the past had a long memory. But he also told them he believed in them, that he saw how much they cared for each other. That mattered more than anything else. When he left, Hermione felt a weight lift from her chest. Draco exhaled a breath he had not realized he was holding. It was a small step, but an important one. The weeks that followed brought both peace and tension. Hermione began to feel subtle changes within herself, moments of wonder that left her breathless. Draco remained close, steady, and attentive. He read to her in the evenings, his voice calm and soothing. Sometimes she rested her head against his shoulder, and he would sit perfectly still, as though afraid to disturb the moment. Winter slowly began to loosen its grip. Snow melted into quiet streams along the paths, and the air grew softer. With the changing season came a quiet determination in Hermione. She began planning, thinking about what kind of world she wanted her child to grow into. One shaped by compassion, fairness, and courage. Draco supported her without question. He began to imagine himself not as a shadow of his family name, but as someone who could build something better. The idea no longer terrified him. It gave him purpose. One evening, as twilight painted the sky in muted colors, they stood together near the lake. The surface was still, reflecting the fading light. Hermione rested her hand over her stomach, a gesture that felt natural now. Draco watched her, his heart full in a way he had never known. He spoke softly, telling her that he was afraid sometimes. Afraid of failing, of not being enough. She turned to him and reminded him that love was not about perfection. It was about choosing to stay, to grow, to try again every day. They stood there for a long time, wrapped in quiet understanding. The world felt vast and uncertain, but for the first time, it also felt full of possibility. What lay ahead would not be easy. There would be trials, doubts, and moments that tested them both. But they were no longer walking alone. They were building something real, something lasting. And as the stars slowly appeared above them, they knew this was only the beginning of a story far greater than either of them had ever imagined. Spring arrived gently, as if the world itself was learning how to be careful. The air carried warmth without urgency, and the grounds of Hogwarts slowly returned to color. Blossoms appeared along the paths, and the lake shimmered under softer skies. Hermione felt the change deeply, not just around her, but within her. Time moved differently now. Each day felt heavier with meaning, each moment layered with quiet anticipation. Her body was changing in ways she could no longer ignore. The fatigue came and went, but there was also a growing sense of connection, something alive and constant. She found herself pausing often, hand resting unconsciously over her stomach, lost in thought. The idea that something so small could already shape her world so completely filled her with awe. Draco noticed everything. He had become deeply observant, tuned to every shift in her mood, every pause in her steps. He learned when to speak, and when to simply be present. Sometimes they walked together in silence, and that silence felt like trust rather than distance. They had not yet told anyone else. The decision lingered between them, growing heavier with each passing day. Hermione knew that soon, secrecy would no longer be an option. Her body would speak before she did. The thought made her anxious, but also strangely relieved. Hiding had begun to feel like a weight she was ready to release. One afternoon, they sat near the edge of the Black Lake, the water calm beneath the pale sky. Hermione spoke quietly, her voice steady but thoughtful. She said she did not want fear to dictate their choices. She wanted honesty, even if it brought complications. Draco listened, nodding slowly. He had spent too much of his life hiding behind fear. He did not want that life anymore. They agreed it was time to tell more people, carefully and thoughtfully. Not everyone. Not yet. But the ones who mattered most. The first was Professor McGonagall. The conversation took place in her office, surrounded by towering shelves and the steady tick of a clock. Hermione's hands trembled slightly as she spoke, but her voice remained clear. Draco stood beside her, his posture straight, his resolve firm. McGonagall listened without interruption, her expression unreadable. When the truth finally settled into the room, there was a long pause. Hermione braced herself for disappointment or disapproval. Instead, McGonagall exhaled slowly and looked at them both with a mixture of gravity and compassion. She spoke of responsibility, of challenges, of the importance of support. She did not scold or condemn. She asked if they were prepared for what lay ahead. They answered honestly. They were afraid, but they were committed. McGonagall nodded once, firm and measured. She told them that Hogwarts would not turn its back on them. That choices made with care and courage deserved guidance, not punishment. Relief washed over Hermione so powerfully that she nearly cried. Word began to spread, quietly at first. Whispers passed through corridors, glances lingered longer than before. Some reactions were kind, others uncertain. A few were openly judgmental. Hermione felt the weight of it all, but she did not bend beneath it. Draco remained close, his presence a constant reassurance. Harry and Ron eventually learned the truth. Harry's reaction was gentle, thoughtful. He offered support without hesitation. Ron struggled more. His confusion turned into frustration before finally settling into reluctant acceptance. He cared for Hermione deeply, and though he did not understand everything, he chose loyalty over judgment. As spring deepened, Hermione felt stronger. She laughed more easily again. Her magic felt different, warmer, more instinctive. Sometimes she wondered if the life growing within her was shaping her magic as much as she was shaping it. The thought filled her with wonder. Draco began preparing in his own quiet way. He read books he had once dismissed, learned things he had never thought he would need to know. He practiced patience, humility, and presence. He spoke less of the past and more of what he hoped to build. He wanted to be someone worthy of the future unfolding before him. One evening, as the sun dipped low and painted the sky in soft hues, they walked the familiar path along the lake. Hermione stopped suddenly, her breath catching. A new sensation rippled through her, subtle but unmistakable. She pressed a hand to her stomach, eyes wide. Draco froze, fear and wonder colliding in his expression. She looked up at him, her voice barely above a whisper. Something had moved. The moment stretched, fragile and sacred. Draco knelt slowly, resting his hand where hers was. He felt it then, faint but real. His breath hitched, and emotion flooded his chest so fiercely it nearly brought him to his knees. Neither of them spoke. There were no words that could capture what they felt. It was not just joy or awe. It was connection in its purest form. A life acknowledging them both. Tears filled Hermione's eyes, and Draco brushed them away with trembling fingers. In that moment, everything else faded. Fear, doubt, the weight of the world. There was only this quiet miracle, this promise of something new. As twilight settled around them, they stayed there, grounded in that shared miracle. They did not know what challenges awaited them. They did not know how the world would respond or how their story would be judged. But they knew this. They were no longer just two people finding their way after war. They were becoming a family. And nothing would ever be the same again. The days that followed carried a quiet intensity that neither of them could escape. Life continued around them as it always had, students laughing in corridors, lessons unfolding, the castle breathing with its ancient rhythm. Yet for Hermione and Draco, everything felt layered with new meaning. Each morning began with awareness. Each night ended with reflection. Time no longer drifted. It gathered. Hermione woke one morning with a sense of calm that surprised her. The world outside her window glowed softly with early light, and for once, her thoughts did not rush ahead of her. She lay still, one hand resting gently where life continued to grow, and felt a sense of grounding she had never known before. Fear still existed, but it no longer ruled her. It sat quietly beside hope, balanced and bearable. Draco met her for breakfast, as he had begun to do every day. He greeted her with a small smile that carried warmth rather than uncertainty. He had changed in subtle but unmistakable ways. His posture was steadier. His eyes no longer darted away when emotion surfaced. He seemed anchored, as though he had finally found something solid within himself. They ate together in comfortable silence, surrounded by the hum of the great hall. A few curious glances drifted their way, but they no longer shrank beneath them. They had nothing to prove and nothing to hide. What mattered lived between them, quiet and unshakable. As weeks passed, Hermione noticed her magic shifting. Spells responded differently, softer yet stronger. It was as if her magic had learned patience. She spoke to Professor McGonagall about it during a private meeting, describing the subtle changes she felt. McGonagall listened with interest and a thoughtful calm, offering reassurance rather than alarm. She explained that magic often adapted during moments of deep emotional transformation. Draco waited outside during that meeting, pacing more than he realized. When Hermione emerged, he searched her face for answers. She smiled and nodded, and his shoulders relaxed at once. He took her hand without thinking, grounding both of them in the present. They began preparing in quiet ways. Draco took on extra responsibilities, helping where he could, learning practical skills he had once dismissed as beneath him. Hermione adjusted her studies, focusing on knowledge she felt would matter most in the future. Their conversations shifted naturally toward what lay ahead, not with fear but with intention. Some nights, sleep came easily. Other nights, worries crept in uninvited. On those nights, they sat together in the dark, sharing thoughts they had never voiced before. Draco admitted that he feared repeating the mistakes of his parents. Hermione admitted she feared losing herself. They listened without interruption, without judgment, and in doing so, strengthened the quiet trust between them. The castle itself seemed to respond to their presence. Corridors felt warmer. The air carried a gentler stillness. Even the portraits seemed to watch with softened expressions, as though recognizing something rare unfolding within those walls. As spring edged toward summer, the reality of their situation became more visible. Hermione's movements slowed, her energy shifted. She accepted help more easily now, allowing herself to lean on Draco without guilt. He welcomed it, finding purpose in being someone she could rely on. One afternoon, they walked through the gardens, the air rich with blooming life. Hermione paused often, taking in the colors and scents as if memorizing them. Draco noticed her gaze lingering on small details, the curve of a petal, the way sunlight caught on leaves. He asked her what she was thinking. She told him she wanted their child to know a world that still held beauty, a world that had not forgotten how to grow. Draco listened, his chest tightening with emotion. He promised her that he would do everything in his power to help create that world. Their bond deepened in quiet ways that did not demand words. A shared glance, a gentle touch, a moment of understanding that passed between them without sound. Love was no longer something they questioned. It was something they lived. Not everyone approved. There were murmurs among students and whispers among staff. Some could not separate the past from the present. Others struggled to accept change at all. Hermione felt the weight of those judgments on certain days, but she refused to let them define her. She had fought too hard to become who she was now. Draco felt the tension as well, but he met it with calm resolve. He no longer flinched at cold stares. He had learned that redemption was not something given freely. It was built, slowly and patiently, through actions that spoke louder than history. One evening, as the sun dipped low and painted the sky in soft gold, Hermione grew quiet. A sudden wave of emotion washed over her, unexpected and overwhelming. She leaned into Draco, her breath uneven. He wrapped his arms around her without hesitation, steady and strong. She told him she was afraid of the moment when everything would change again, when the quiet they had built would be disrupted by something entirely new. He listened, resting his forehead against hers. He told her that change did not have to mean loss, that sometimes it meant becoming more than they ever imagined. That night, they sat together beneath the open sky, stars emerging one by one. Hermione rested against him, and Draco held her as though anchoring himself to the world. Neither spoke. They did not need to. In that stillness, something settled between them. A quiet certainty that whatever came next, they would meet it together. Not as two broken souls trying to heal, but as partners shaping a future with intention and care. The world beyond the castle continued to turn, unaware of the small miracle growing within its walls. Time moved forward, carrying them with it. And though uncertainty remained, so did something stronger. Hope had taken root. And it was growing. Summer arrived slowly, as if the world itself was cautious not to disturb the fragile peace that had settled over Hogwarts. The air grew warmer, the light softer, and the castle seemed to breathe more freely with each passing day. Hermione felt the shift deeply. Her body moved differently now, guided by a quiet rhythm that no longer belonged to her alone. Every step carried intention. Every breath felt shared. Draco stayed close without hovering. He had learned the balance between care and trust, between presence and freedom. He watched her with an attentiveness that came not from fear, but from love. There was a steadiness in him now that surprised even himself. He no longer questioned whether he belonged here beside her. He simply was. The days grew longer, and with them came moments of reflection. Hermione found herself thinking often about her parents, about the world beyond the castle walls. She wondered how she would explain everything when the time came, how much truth would be enough, and how much would feel too heavy. The future pressed gently against her thoughts, not as a threat, but as a responsibility she was learning to accept. Draco sensed her unease even when she tried to hide it. One afternoon, as they sat near the edge of the grounds where the grass met the forest, he spoke softly. He told her that whatever decisions lay ahead, she would not face them alone. His voice carried no hesitation, only certainty. She leaned into him, grateful for the calm he brought simply by being himself. They spoke often about the kind of life they wanted to build. Not grand dreams or impossible ideals, but small truths. Kindness. Safety. A home that welcomed warmth instead of fear. Draco admitted that he had never known what a real home felt like until now. Hermione understood. She had always believed home was something you created, not something you inherited. As summer deepened, Hermione's strength wavered at times. There were mornings when exhaustion clung to her, when even the simplest tasks felt heavy. On those days, Draco stayed close, bringing her tea, reading to her, or simply sitting beside her in quiet solidarity. He never made her feel weak. He treated her strength as something that adapted, not diminished. Word continued to travel through the school, though the initial shock had begun to fade. Curiosity softened into acceptance for some, indifference for others. A few still watched with disapproval, but their voices no longer held power. Hermione had learned that not every opinion deserved space in her heart. One afternoon, she found herself alone in the library, surrounded by familiar shelves that once felt like refuge. She ran her fingers along the spines of old books, memories stirring gently. This place had shaped her, challenged her, given her purpose. Now it felt like a chapter nearing its close. She did not feel sadness, only gratitude. Draco found her there, as he often did, as if drawn by instinct. He sat beside her without a word, and together they watched the light shift through the high windows. After a while, she spoke of her fears again, not with panic but honesty. She wondered if she would still recognize herself after everything changed. He answered quietly, telling her that she was not losing herself, but becoming more. He said that growth did not erase who you were. It carried it forward. His words settled deep within her, easing something she had not realized she was holding so tightly. Their connection deepened not through dramatic moments, but through these quiet exchanges, through shared understanding, through the simple act of choosing each other every day. As summer stretched on, Hermione began to feel the baby move more often, gentle reminders of the life growing within her. Each movement filled her with awe and a touch of disbelief. Draco was there for each one, his wonder never fading. Sometimes he spoke softly, as if his voice alone could carry love into the future. They spoke about names once briefly, without deciding anything. It felt too soon, yet meaningful all the same. They laughed at how strange it felt to even consider such things, and yet how natural it also seemed. The castle prepared for the coming term, though neither of them knew what their place in it would be. Change loomed on the horizon, inevitable and unstoppable. Hermione felt both ready and uncertain, a blend that had become familiar. One evening, clouds gathered low over the grounds, heavy with the promise of rain. Hermione stood by the window, watching the sky darken. A sudden wave of emotion rose within her, unbidden and powerful. She pressed a hand to her chest, breathing slowly. Draco noticed immediately. He crossed the room and stood behind her, wrapping his arms around her gently. She leaned back into him, letting the warmth steady her. The world outside faded, leaving only the quiet of shared breath and steady heartbeats. She told him she was afraid of failing, of not being enough. He whispered that she already was, that she had always been. His voice carried no doubt, only truth shaped by love. Rain began to fall, soft at first, then steady. It drummed against the windows, a soothing rhythm that filled the room. They stood together, unmoving, letting the sound wash over them. In that moment, nothing else mattered. They were no longer defined by what they had survived. They were defined by what they were building. As night settled in, Hermione felt a deep sense of calm. The future remained uncertain, but it no longer frightened her. She had learned that certainty was not required for courage. Only trust was. Draco held her close, his presence a quiet promise. Whatever came next, they would face it side by side. Not as two people bound by circumstance, but as a family taking shape in its own time. Beyond the walls of Hogwarts, the world waited. But within them, something unshakable had already begun to grow. And it would change everything. The air shifted as summer reached its fullest breath, warm and heavy with life. Hogwarts stood bathed in light, its towers glowing softly beneath the sun. For Hermione, the days felt slower now, each moment stretching with a weight that was no longer unfamiliar. Her body reminded her constantly of the life growing within her, and she welcomed those reminders with a quiet sense of awe. She had grown used to waking before dawn, when the world still rested in silence. In those moments, she often sat near the window, watching the sky change colors. There was comfort in witnessing something begin again each morning. It made her feel less afraid of what lay ahead. Draco often joined her, moving carefully so as not to disturb the peace. He never spoke at first, simply stood beside her, sharing the quiet. These mornings became sacred, unspoken rituals that anchored them both. There was something deeply grounding about starting each day together before the world demanded anything of them. As the weeks passed, Hermione noticed her emotions shifting in unexpected ways. Joy came more easily, but so did vulnerability. Some days she felt overwhelmed by how deeply she cared, by how much she had to lose. Other days she felt invincible, as though love itself had made her stronger than she had ever been. Draco noticed these changes and adapted without hesitation. He listened more than he spoke. When she laughed, he smiled as though her joy was his own. When she struggled, he stayed close, steady and unyielding. He did not try to fix everything. He simply remained present, and that was enough. They spent long afternoons walking the grounds, moving slowly, letting the world unfold around them. The scent of grass and sunlight filled the air. Hermione spoke often of the future now, not with fear, but with cautious hope. She wondered aloud about the kind of person her child might become, about what values she wanted to pass on. Draco listened intently, imagining a future he had once believed impossible. He saw himself not as a shadow of his past, but as someone capable of shaping something good. The idea filled him with quiet determination. He wanted to be someone his child could look up to without hesitation. One evening, as the sky blazed with shades of gold and rose, they sat near the edge of the lake. The water reflected the sky in rippling patterns, and the air was warm against their skin. Hermione rested her head against Draco's shoulder, her thoughts drifting. She spoke softly about fear. Not of pain or difficulty, but of the unknown moments that awaited her. She worried about losing herself in the role of motherhood, about forgetting who she was before everything changed. Draco listened without interruption, his heart aching with understanding. When she finished, he turned toward her, his expression steady and sincere. He told her that she would never lose herself, because the strength that defined her was not something that could be taken away. He said she would grow, not disappear. That the person she was becoming would be shaped by love, not erased by it. His words settled deep within her, easing a fear she had not known how to name. She leaned into him, feeling safe in a way that went beyond comfort. It was trust built through patience and shared vulnerability. As days passed, the castle began to prepare for the end of term. Corridors buzzed with quiet anticipation, and the energy shifted once again. Hermione felt a strange mix of relief and sadness. Hogwarts had been her home for so long, and leaving, even temporarily, stirred complicated emotions. Draco sensed her unease. One evening, he asked her what she feared most about leaving. She admitted that she was afraid of stepping into a world that would see her differently now. Afraid of being judged before being understood. He told her that the world would always have opinions, but none of them mattered as much as the truth she carried inside her. He reminded her that she was not alone in this, that he would stand beside her no matter where they went. His certainty gave her strength. They began to talk about where they might go after the term ended. Not in detail, but in possibilities. Somewhere quiet. Somewhere safe. Somewhere they could begin the next chapter without constant scrutiny. The idea of creating a space of their own filled them both with cautious excitement. One afternoon, as clouds drifted lazily overhead, Hermione felt a sudden wave of emotion so strong it brought tears to her eyes. Draco was beside her in an instant, concern etched across his face. She took a breath and smiled through the tears, telling him she felt overwhelmed by how much she loved him. He pulled her into his arms without hesitation, holding her close. He told her that love did not have to be frightening, that it could be a shelter rather than a storm. She rested against him, feeling the steady rhythm of his heart, and believed him. As summer began to fade toward its end, the world seemed to slow, as though giving them space to prepare. Hermione felt the baby move more strongly now, each motion a reminder of how close everything truly was. She spoke softly sometimes, not knowing if the child could hear her, but wanting to share her voice anyway. Draco listened when she did, his expression tender and full of wonder. He had never imagined a life like this, yet now he could not imagine any other. The future no longer felt like a threat. It felt like a promise waiting to be fulfilled. One evening, as dusk settled over the castle, they stood together watching the horizon darken. The sky glowed with soft color, and the air hummed with stillness. Hermione rested her hand in his, and he laced their fingers together. They stood that way for a long time, neither speaking, both feeling the weight and beauty of the moment. The world beyond the castle would soon call them forward. Change would come, as it always did. But for now, they were exactly where they needed to be. Together. And in that quiet certainty, a new chapter waited, ready to unfold. Autumn arrived gently, as though the world itself wished to soften the transition. The air cooled, carrying the scent of fallen leaves and distant rain. Hogwarts changed once more, wrapped in warm shades of amber and gold. Hermione felt the shift deeply. Time no longer felt like something passing around her. It moved through her, shaping her days with quiet insistence. Her body had grown heavier, not in burden but in presence. Each movement required intention now, and she had learned to listen when her body asked for rest. Draco noticed every change without being told. He walked beside her at a slower pace, adjusted his steps to match hers, and watched her with a careful tenderness that never felt suffocating. Their mornings began with soft routines. Tea brewed slowly. Windows were opened just enough to let in cool air. Conversation came easily, without urgency. They had learned the comfort of shared stillness, of letting moments exist without filling them with words. As the term progressed, the castle buzzed with quiet energy. Students moved with purpose, preparing for exams and transitions. Hermione observed it all from a slight distance, no longer rushing to be part of everything. There was a peace in knowing she did not need to prove herself anymore. Draco felt the shift too. He found himself less concerned with how others saw him and more focused on who he was becoming. The weight of his past still existed, but it no longer defined his steps. Each day he chose patience, humility, and care. Each day, that choice became easier. One afternoon, Hermione felt an unfamiliar tightness settle in her body. It was not painful, but it was new. A quiet warning, perhaps, or simply another sign of change. She paused where she stood, closing her eyes and breathing slowly until it passed. Draco noticed immediately and moved to her side, his concern gentle but unmistakable. She reassured him that she was all right, though she admitted the feeling unsettled her. He nodded, trusting her instincts, yet his hand remained steady at her back for the rest of their walk. The world continued around them, unaware of how fragile and precious that moment felt. Later that evening, Hermione found herself awake long after the castle had gone still. The moonlight filtered softly through the window, casting pale shadows across the room. She rested her hands over her stomach, feeling the subtle movements beneath her skin. A mixture of wonder and uncertainty washed over her. Draco stirred beside her, sensing her wakefulness. He shifted closer, his voice low and calm. She told him she felt something changing again. Not fear exactly, but anticipation. A sense that something important was drawing nearer. He listened carefully, then rested his forehead against hers. He told her that whatever was coming, they would meet it together. That promise, spoken without hesitation, grounded her more than anything else could have. The following days brought moments of exhaustion and bursts of energy in equal measure. Hermione moved more slowly now, and Draco adjusted without complaint. He took over small tasks, learned how to anticipate her needs before she voiced them. It was not obligation that drove him, but devotion. Their conversations turned often to the idea of home. Not a place, but a feeling. Hermione spoke of warmth, safety, and honesty. Draco spoke of trust and gentleness, of breaking cycles that had lasted generations. Together, they began shaping a vision that felt both fragile and strong. There were moments when doubt crept in, quiet and insistent. Hermione wondered if she was ready for what lay ahead. Draco worried about whether he could truly protect what mattered most. But whenever those thoughts surfaced, they met them together, refusing to let fear take root. As autumn deepened, the air grew crisp and the sky clearer. Leaves crunched beneath their feet as they walked the grounds, moving slowly, savoring each step. Hermione found comfort in the rhythm of it all, in the sense that life continued forward even as it changed shape. One afternoon, as the sun dipped low, Hermione felt a sharper sensation than before. She stopped walking, breath catching as she placed a hand on her stomach. Draco turned to her instantly, concern flickering across his face. She closed her eyes, focusing on her breathing. The sensation passed, leaving behind a strange mix of relief and awareness. She looked at him and nodded, though her expression was thoughtful. Something was shifting again. She could feel it. They returned indoors, where warmth wrapped around them like a blanket. Draco helped her settle, his movements careful and attentive. He stayed close, watching her with a quiet intensity that spoke of both fear and devotion. That evening, as shadows lengthened and the world outside softened, Hermione felt a deep sense of reflection. She thought about how far they had come, how unlikely their path had once seemed. She thought about the strength it had taken to choose hope again and again. Draco sat beside her, his presence grounding. He spoke softly about the future, not with grand promises but with simple truths. That he would stay, that he would learn, that he would love with everything he had. His words did not feel like vows, yet they carried the same weight. Hermione felt tears gather in her eyes, not from sadness but from the overwhelming sense of being seen and cherished. As night settled, the castle grew quiet once more. Outside, the wind whispered through the trees, carrying with it the promise of change. Hermione rested against Draco, feeling the steady rise and fall of his breath. The world beyond them remained uncertain. Challenges waited, unseen but inevitable. Yet in that moment, wrapped in stillness and trust, nothing else mattered. They were moving toward something new, something profound. And whatever awaited them beyond this moment, they would meet it together, guided not by fear, but by the quiet strength they had built side by side. The days that followed unfolded with a quiet intensity that neither of them tried to escape. Autumn deepened, and with it came a sense of anticipation that lingered in every breath Hermione took. Her body spoke to her more clearly now, offering signs she could no longer ignore. Each morning brought new sensations, some comforting, others unfamiliar, but all of them real. Draco remained close, attentive without hovering. He had learned how to read the smallest shifts in her expression, the subtle ways she paused or leaned into stillness. He moved with care, not out of fear but out of respect. He wanted to be present in every way that mattered. They spent more time indoors now, wrapped in the warmth of quiet rooms and soft light. The castle seemed to hold them gently, as if aware of the fragile transformation taking place within its walls. Hermione often found herself reflecting on how much had changed in such a short time. The girl she once was felt distant, yet not lost. She lived on within her, reshaped by experience rather than erased. Some evenings, Hermione felt a heaviness settle in her chest, not pain but something close to awe. She would sit quietly, one hand resting over her stomach, breathing slowly. Draco never interrupted those moments. He simply sat with her, offering silent reassurance. There was a deep comfort in knowing she did not have to explain everything she felt. As the days grew shorter, fatigue became more constant. Hermione learned to listen when her body asked for rest, even when her mind urged her to keep moving. Draco encouraged her gently, never making her feel weak. He reminded her that strength took many forms, and rest was one of them. They talked often about what would come next, though never in rigid terms. Plans felt too fragile to define too sharply. Instead, they spoke of values and hopes, of kindness, of patience, of raising a life that would know safety and understanding. Draco spoke of wanting to be better than the man he had once been. Hermione believed him without hesitation. One afternoon, as clouds gathered low over the grounds, Hermione felt a wave of pressure that caused her to pause mid-step. It was different from before, stronger and more insistent. She took a slow breath, grounding herself. Draco noticed instantly and came to her side, concern etched into his face. She steadied herself, focusing on the rhythm of her breathing until the sensation eased. It left her thoughtful, aware that things were shifting more quickly now. Draco helped her sit, his hand never leaving hers. He did not panic, but his eyes reflected a deep awareness that they were approaching something inevitable. Later that evening, Hermione rested while Draco sat nearby, his thoughts drifting. He realized how much he had changed without even noticing. Fear no longer guided him. Responsibility did not feel like a burden. Instead, it felt like purpose. He understood now that love was not something that confined him. It expanded him. The castle grew quieter as students prepared to leave for break. Corridors emptied, and the air carried a stillness that felt almost sacred. Hermione watched from a window as the last groups departed, her heart heavy with emotion she could not quite name. This place had shaped her in countless ways. Leaving it, even temporarily, felt like closing a chapter of her life. Draco joined her, sensing her thoughts without needing to ask. He reminded her that chapters ending did not mean the story was over. Sometimes it meant it was about to become something deeper. She smiled at that, resting her head against his shoulder. As evening fell, a sudden intensity settled over her body. This time, it did not fade quickly. She drew in a sharp breath, instinctively reaching for Draco. He was at her side instantly, steady and calm despite the fear rising in his chest. She focused on her breathing, grounding herself as she had learned. The sensation passed, but it left behind a certainty that could not be ignored. Something was changing. The rhythm of her body felt different now, more insistent, more urgent. Draco helped her to sit comfortably, his movements careful and deliberate. He asked quiet questions, his voice steady even as concern flickered beneath it. Hermione reassured him as best she could, though she knew neither of them fully understood what was happening. They spent the rest of the evening close together, speaking softly and listening to the sounds of the castle settling around them. The night felt heavier, charged with anticipation. Hermione rested her head against his chest, listening to the steady beat of his heart. In that quiet, she felt a sudden clarity. Fear still existed, but it no longer ruled her. She trusted herself. She trusted him. Whatever was coming, she knew they would face it together. Draco felt the same certainty take root within him. The idea of the future no longer frightened him. It called to him. He felt ready to meet it, to protect what mattered, to stand steady no matter what came. As the hours passed, Hermione drifted in and out of sleep, comforted by Draco's presence. He remained awake, watching over her with unwavering focus. He did not feel tired. He felt awake in a way he never had before. Outside, the wind whispered through the trees, carrying the quiet promise of change. The world beyond the castle continued to turn, unaware of the moment unfolding within its walls. As dawn approached, Hermione stirred, her breathing shifting again. She opened her eyes and met Draco's gaze. There was no fear there, only understanding. Something was beginning, not with chaos or noise, but with calm resolve and shared trust. Whatever came next would change their lives forever. And they would face it together, step by step, heart to heart. The first hints of winter clung to the castle grounds, the air crisp and sharp, carrying the faint scent of frost and fallen leaves. Hermione moved through the corridors with deliberate care, each step measured, her thoughts often drifting to the life growing within her. She had begun to feel the child more consistently now, subtle movements at first, then unmistakable kicks that left her breathless and full of wonder. Draco was always nearby, attuned to the smallest changes in her mood or stance. He had grown quietly skilled at understanding her needs before she even voiced them. Sometimes he would simply sit beside her in the common room, letting her rest against him, speaking only when she sought words. It was a rhythm they had cultivated together: patience, presence, and trust. Classes had become more challenging for Hermione, not in mental effort, but in physical endurance. She often had to excuse herself early, feeling fatigued by what once would have been simple tasks. Yet, the professors adapted without hesitation. McGonagall, ever perceptive, offered support and guidance, ensuring Hermione had what she needed without feeling singled out. Draco watched her closely after each lesson, always at the ready to help her return to the dormitory or simply walk together through the quiet castle halls. He no longer flinched at whispers or glances from others. He moved through the world with a confidence born of certainty in himself, in Hermione, and in the life they were creating together. One afternoon, as snow began to gather lightly on the grounds, Hermione felt a sudden sharp movement within her. She froze mid-step, startled by the intensity. Draco, already by her side, took her hands in his, grounding her as she breathed through the sensation. It passed quickly, leaving her shaken yet amazed. She looked up at him, eyes wide, and he smiled softly, marveling at the growing life they had created together. Later that evening, they sat near the fire in the Gryffindor common room, the flames flickering shadows across their faces. Hermione's hand rested over her stomach, Draco's over hers. They spoke quietly, their voices blending with the soft crackle of the fire. They didn't need to plan, didn't need to decide on names or futures just yet. They simply shared presence, the intimacy of knowing they were experiencing this together. Days turned into weeks, and the changes became more noticeable. Hermione moved with more caution, yet she walked proudly, aware of the new life she carried. Draco had begun to rearrange small things in their daily routines, preparing meals, helping with lessons, ensuring Hermione's comfort. Every action was subtle, but it carried the weight of devotion. One evening, as dusk painted the sky in muted pink and violet hues, Hermione felt another wave of motion within her. This one lingered longer, firmer, and Draco noticed immediately. He guided her to sit beside the window, the cold air brushing her cheeks. They watched the first stars appear, Hermione's hand resting on Draco's as he whispered quietly about how extraordinary this all was. It was moments like these that crystallized the depth of their connection. Not just affection, but mutual respect, trust, and unspoken understanding. Draco no longer feared the future. Instead, he felt called to meet it head-on. Hermione no longer worried about the weight she carried alone. She had him, and together they had built a foundation strong enough to support anything. As the nights grew longer, Hermione often found herself awake, feeling the subtle movements of the child and reflecting on what lay ahead. She would whisper softly, sometimes speaking to the child as though it could understand every word. Draco would sit quietly, brushing his fingers across her hair, listening to her thoughts and fears. They had no answers for everything, but they had presence, which proved far more powerful. Winter deepened, and the castle itself seemed to cradle them. The students who remained grew accustomed to Hermione's slower pace, and Draco's unwavering support became a quiet norm. Hogwarts felt safer somehow, quieter, as if the very walls recognized the delicate transformation occurring inside. One night, as snow swirled softly outside the windows, Hermione turned to Draco, a mixture of awe and fear in her eyes. She told him she was beginning to understand the enormity of what was coming. Draco responded simply, holding her close, whispering that she would not face it alone. That together, they would meet every challenge, every uncertainty, every new moment. Outside, the wind whispered through the towers, carrying the first hints of deeper change. Inside, Hermione and Draco sat wrapped in one another's arms, anchored in shared trust. The world beyond Hogwarts would continue, relentless and unpredictable, but within the quiet sanctuary they had built, they were ready. Change was coming. They could feel it, but it would not break them. It would not shake the bond that had grown slowly, firmly, through trust, patience, and love. And as the first snow settled on the grounds, covering the world in soft white, they knew one truth. Whatever awaited them, they would face it together, stronger than ever before. The first frost of winter coated the grounds with delicate silver, and Hogwarts seemed to exhale under the soft weight of snow. Hermione moved carefully through the castle, each step measured, each breath mindful of the life growing within her. She had grown accustomed to the constant awareness of her body, the small yet unmistakable reminders that the world was no longer only hers. Draco remained near at all times, a steady presence she could rely on. His attention was quiet but unwavering, noticing the subtle shifts in her mood, the slightest hesitations in her movements. He had learned the language of care in ways that no spell or charm could teach. It was instinctual, born of love and the understanding that some things required patience above all else. The castle was quieter than usual, many students gone for winter break. The silence suited Hermione, allowing her the space to reflect, to breathe, and to prepare herself for what was to come. She often sat by the windows of the common room, watching the snowfall, feeling a deep connection to the rhythm of the world beyond her window. Draco joined her without invitation, settling beside her in the warm glow of the firelight. They spoke little, letting the quiet carry meaning. It was in these moments Hermione realized that they communicated the most. A hand resting lightly on hers, a glance that lingered longer than necessary, a shared breath in sync with the crackle of flames. As days passed, Hermione noticed the movements of the child becoming stronger, firmer, more insistent. Each time she felt them, her heart swelled with a mix of awe and trepidation. Draco shared those moments, placing his hand over hers, feeling the subtle, miraculous rhythm of life beneath her skin. It grounded them both, a reminder of what they were building together. Evening routines became an anchor for them. Draco prepared meals with quiet care, ensuring she ate regularly. Hermione took time to rest, no longer pushing herself to exhaustion. Together, they created a rhythm that nurtured not only Hermione, but also the growing life they protected. One night, as snow fell more heavily outside, Hermione felt a particularly strong movement, startling her. She steadied herself against Draco, her eyes wide with both fear and wonder. He held her close, whispering reassurances, telling her that they would navigate this together, that she was not alone. His certainty eased the tremor of doubt that often surfaced in her mind. The castle itself seemed to reflect the season's stillness. Corridors were empty, the wind whistled softly against the stone walls, and even the portraits seemed quieter, as if observing without comment. Hermione felt a profound sense of isolation, yet it was not lonely. With Draco at her side, the world outside felt distant and insignificant, their focus centered entirely on the life they shared. They began discussing practical matters more seriously. How they would manage once the child arrived, where they would stay, what their roles would be. It was not a conversation of anxiety but of intention. They wanted to prepare as best they could, not out of fear, but to honor the responsibility they now carried. One afternoon, as sunlight broke through the clouds, Hermione and Draco walked through the snow-covered grounds. Each step crunched beneath them, a steady rhythm that mirrored their hearts. Hermione laughed quietly at Draco's careful, exaggerated steps. The sound warmed the cold air, wrapping them in a small bubble of joy. Draco looked at her, noticing the way her eyes sparkled, the subtle curve of her smile. He felt an unexpected rush of emotion, fierce and tender all at once. He reached for her hand, holding it without question. She squeezed back, and in that simple gesture, they reaffirmed the bond that had grown stronger with every passing day. As winter deepened, Hermione began to feel moments of exhaustion more acutely. Draco adjusted their routines, taking on more responsibilities, ensuring she could rest and regain strength. The partnership between them was unspoken but undeniable, a perfect balance of care and trust. That evening, sitting together by the window as night fell and the snow blanketed the grounds, Hermione felt a surge of clarity. She realized how much had changed, how far they had come. She rested her head against Draco's shoulder, letting herself feel the depth of the life they were building. Draco held her close, whispering that no matter what came next, they would face it together. His words were steady, unwavering, filled with the promise of presence, protection, and love. Hermione believed him completely. Outside, the wind whispered through the castle towers, carrying the quiet promise of what was to come. Inside, Hermione and Draco sat together, hearts aligned, ready to meet the future as one. Winter had come, bringing with it both challenge and clarity. And in that stillness, they understood something unshakable. Together, they could face anything. The first weeks of the new year carried a quiet tension, a rhythm Hermione and Draco had learned to navigate together. Winter had deepened, and the castle, though alive with returning students, seemed almost hushed around them. Every movement, every glance carried new weight. Hermione's body reminded her constantly of the life growing within her, and Draco was ever vigilant, attuned to each subtle shift. They had fallen into routines that balanced care with independence. Hermione moved slowly through lessons and daily activities, and Draco adapted seamlessly, his presence a constant reassurance rather than an interference. He had learned to read her moods and body language with a precision born of both love and necessity. He did not hover. He guided quietly, lending strength without dominance. One morning, Hermione woke to the first sharp bite of cold air filtering through her window. She felt a flicker of movement inside her and pressed a hand to her stomach, heart fluttering with a mix of awe and worry. Draco, who had spent the night in the room beside hers, noticed her shifting immediately. He approached quietly, offering her a hand and a steadying presence. They stayed silent for a long moment, Hermione breathing slowly as Draco's steadying hand rested over hers. It was in these quiet exchanges that their bond deepened, moments that required no words yet carried profound meaning. It was not just care, it was partnership, built on trust and unspoken understanding. The return to school had brought with it curious eyes and subtle whispers. Some students stared, unsure what to make of Hermione and Draco's closeness. Others speculated quietly. Hermione felt the weight of it occasionally, but she had learned to carry herself with calm authority. Draco's unwavering support made her courage easier to summon. They began preparing more deliberately for the child's arrival. They discussed logistics and roles in practical, measured terms. They explored possibilities for where they would live, how they would arrange their lives, and what support they might need. Each conversation, though practical, deepened their connection and their sense of shared purpose. One afternoon, Hermione felt a particularly strong shift in her body. She paused mid-step in the corridor, breath catching as the movement rippled through her. Draco, already beside her, guided her gently to a nearby bench. He placed his hand over hers, anchoring her as she focused on her breathing. When the movement subsided, she looked at him, eyes wide, and he smiled softly, marveling at the miracle they had created together. Evenings had become their sanctuary. They would sit by the fire, Hermione's head resting against Draco's shoulder, sharing thoughts and fears in hushed tones. Sometimes they spoke of the past, but mostly of the future, the world they wanted to create for their child, the values they wished to instill. Each word, each gesture, reinforced the depth of their commitment. As winter wore on, Hermione's energy waned more noticeably. She accepted Draco's help with increasing frequency, whether carrying books, preparing meals, or simply walking with her. He adjusted without hesitation, his movements fluid and instinctive. The balance between them had grown into a natural rhythm, each action both necessary and sacred. One evening, under the pale glow of moonlight filtering through the windows, Hermione felt a sudden, insistent movement. She gasped softly, gripping Draco's hand. He responded instantly, holding her steady and speaking calmly, grounding her as the intensity passed. They remained seated together, Draco's hand resting on hers, neither needing to speak further. Outside, the wind whispered through the castle towers, carrying the faint scent of snow and the quiet promise of change. Inside, Hermione and Draco sat together in silent understanding, hearts beating in synchrony. The world outside moved forward relentlessly, yet within these walls, they had created a small, unshakable space of safety and love. They had both grown in ways neither could have anticipated. Fear had not disappeared, but it had been replaced with awareness and resilience. Love had transformed into partnership, and the life within Hermione carried with it a sense of purpose deeper than either had known. As they rested together that night, Hermione pressed her head into Draco's chest, listening to the steady beat of his heart. She felt hope, fear, awe, and certainty all at once. The future remained uncertain, but they would meet it together, step by step, anchored by trust, devotion, and the unbreakable bond they had built. Winter deepened outside, yet within the castle, something profoundly warm and unshakable had taken root. And they knew, without doubt, that whatever came next, they would face it as one. The early weeks of the year passed with quiet intensity, each day carrying both anticipation and routine. Hermione moved through the castle with more care, aware now of every shift within her body. The life growing inside her was no longer subtle. Its presence was tangible in every step, in every breath. Draco stayed close, silent and attentive, learning to anticipate her needs before she even voiced them. They spent mornings together, often in the stillness before the castle awakened. Draco would prepare tea and breakfast, moving quietly so as not to disturb her moments of reflection. Hermione watched the soft snowfall outside, feeling the world both distant and intimately close. In those moments, the outside world, the whispers, the stares, the expectations, felt irrelevant. Classes were more challenging now, not in difficulty but in endurance. Hermione had learned to ask for help when she needed it, and Draco had taken on the role of subtle support, assisting without drawing attention. Their bond deepened in these small, daily acts of care. It was in the quiet presence of one another that trust and love grew strongest. One afternoon, as they walked through the frost-covered grounds, Hermione felt a sudden sharp movement. She stopped, instinctively placing her hand on her stomach. Draco was immediately at her side, his expression a mix of concern and awe. Together, they sat on a nearby bench, Draco's hand over hers, grounding her as the sensation passed. There was no fear in his eyes, only wonder and steadfast presence. The weeks brought more of these moments, stronger, more insistent movements that left Hermione breathless and smiling at the miracle of life. Draco shared each sensation with her, his hand always resting over hers, as if to reassure them both that they were not alone in this journey. As winter deepened, the castle took on a quieter rhythm. Students who had remained for term continued with their studies, but there was a stillness to the corridors that mirrored Hermione and Draco's own internal pace. Even the portraits seemed gentler now, their eyes following without judgment, as if acknowledging the new life in their midst. Evenings became sacred. They would sit by the fire in the Gryffindor common room, Hermione leaning against Draco, their hands intertwined. Sometimes they spoke of practical matters, the arrangements for after the child's arrival, the places they would need to prepare. But most often they simply shared quiet moments, content to exist in the warmth of one another's presence. One night, as snow fell heavily outside, Hermione felt an especially forceful movement. She gasped, gripping Draco's arm, and he guided her gently to a chair, placing his hands over hers. For a long moment, they stayed like that, suspended in awe. The child's life had a rhythm of its own now, insistent and undeniable, and they were learning to move in tandem with it. The world beyond the castle continued, relentless and unaware, but inside these walls, a fragile sanctuary had been created. They had grown into roles neither had anticipated: protector, partner, caretaker, and the foundation of their future was already taking shape. Draco spoke quietly, his voice full of certainty. He told Hermione that they would face every change together, that they would meet every challenge not with fear but with intention and trust. Hermione rested her head against his chest, listening to the steady beat of his heart, feeling the warmth of his presence. Through the long nights of winter, they held each other close, aware of the changes yet to come, but unafraid. The child growing inside Hermione was a promise, a bridge to a future neither had imagined, and it had transformed their world in ways neither could have predicted. As the first light of dawn touched the frost-covered towers, Hermione and Draco sat in quiet contemplation, hearts aligned. They knew that the days ahead would be filled with both wonder and challenge. But for now, they simply existed in the certainty of each other's presence. Winter had strengthened them. Change was imminent. And together, they would meet it, hand in hand, heart to heart, ready for the life that awaited them. The cold of winter lingered, yet within the castle, a quiet warmth had taken root. Hermione moved carefully through each day, her steps deliberate, her attention always attuned to the subtle movements of the life growing inside her. Each sensation, each kick and flutter, reminded her of the profound change she had carried silently, now impossible to ignore. Draco remained at her side constantly, a vigilant presence that had become as natural as breathing. He anticipated her needs with an ease that seemed effortless, offering support without ever making her feel dependent. His attentiveness was quiet but unwavering, a constant reassurance that she was not alone. The castle hummed with life. Students moved between classes, laughter and chatter echoing through the halls, but Hermione and Draco occupied a bubble of stillness amidst the bustle. They had grown accustomed to their routines. Morning walks, shared meals, and evenings spent by the fire where conversation often gave way to comfortable silence. One afternoon, as they strolled across the snow-dusted grounds, Hermione felt a sudden and insistent movement. She froze, hand instinctively pressed to her stomach, and Draco stopped immediately beside her. His face mirrored awe and concern, his hand resting over hers as she focused on steadying her breathing. The sensation passed, leaving behind a renewed sense of wonder and closeness. The child's presence was growing stronger each day, and with it, Hermione's connection to Draco deepened in ways she had never anticipated. Every movement, every quiet glance, every shared breath reinforced the bond that had begun to form after the Battle of Hogwarts, a bond forged in trust, vulnerability, and shared hope. Evenings in the Gryffindor common room had become their sanctuary. Hermione would rest against Draco, the firelight dancing across their faces, and they would speak softly, often about the future. They discussed where they might live, how they would care for their child, and the values they hoped to instill. Practical matters blended seamlessly with dreams, each conversation solidifying their shared vision. One night, a fierce gust of wind rattled the windows, and Hermione felt a sudden sharp movement inside her. She gasped, gripping Draco's hand instinctively, and he steadied her immediately. They stayed seated together, hands clasped, breaths synchronized. Words were unnecessary. The moment spoke of awe, of vulnerability, and of the profound responsibility that lay ahead. The snow continued to fall outside, blanketing the grounds in quiet white. Inside, Hermione and Draco existed in a world defined not by whispers or judgment, but by presence, care, and mutual understanding. Their days were slow, deliberate, filled with small gestures that spoke louder than any words could. Draco often found himself marveling at the depth of change in both their lives. Fear had not vanished, but it had transformed into awareness. Responsibility no longer felt like a weight, but like purpose. Love had matured into partnership, solid and enduring, and the life within Hermione carried a promise that was tangible in every heartbeat. As the nights grew longer, Hermione frequently awoke to the subtle, insistent movements of the child. Draco would hold her close, speaking softly, grounding her with his voice and touch. They shared dreams and fears in whispers, the quiet intimacy of anticipation binding them together more tightly than ever before. One evening, as the snow glimmered under the moonlight, Hermione reflected on how far they had come. The girl who had once been defined by duty and intellect alone now carried life within her, surrounded by a partner who had grown into someone entirely new. A man defined not by his past mistakes, but by the strength, care, and love he offered every day. They understood the days ahead would be filled with uncertainty and challenge. But in the sanctuary of their shared presence, they also understood something deeper. Together, they were ready. Together, they could face what was to come. And as dawn slowly approached, casting pale light across the frost-covered towers, Hermione and Draco held each other close, hearts beating in unison, ready to meet the future hand in hand, step by step, as a family already bound by love. The castle had settled into the steady rhythm of winter, snow blanketing the grounds in soft white, and Hermione moved through the days with a quiet awareness that had become second nature. Every motion, every breath, carried the weight of the life growing inside her, and she felt it not as burden but as a constant, living presence. Draco remained a steadfast companion, his attentiveness silent but profound. He had learned to anticipate her needs, to adjust his pace, to offer support without ever overshadowing her independence. His hands, once so certain in spells and duels, now moved with care, guiding, steadying, and reassuring. Their mornings often began in soft stillness. Hermione would watch the frost-coated windows as Draco brewed tea, moving quietly to keep the sanctuary of their space undisturbed. Words were minimal, but the air between them carried an understanding that required no speech. Presence had become their language. Classes, though demanding, no longer felt insurmountable. Hermione adjusted her pace and her focus, moving deliberately through lessons while Draco remained nearby when necessary. Their relationship had grown to encompass both patience and support, a partnership that was quietly visible even to those around them. One afternoon, walking along a snow-lined path near the lake, Hermione felt a sudden, firm movement from the child. She froze, breath catching, and Draco's hand was on hers immediately, grounding her. They sat together on a nearby bench, Draco's hand resting on hers as they marveled at the miracle of life that had taken root between them. Evenings continued to be a sacred space. By the fire, Hermione rested against Draco's chest, feeling the warmth of his steady heartbeat. They spoke in hushed tones about the future, the kind of home they hoped to build, the lessons they wanted to impart, the world they wished their child to inherit. Each discussion, whether practical or emotional, wove them closer together. The child's movements became stronger, more insistent, marking the passage of time in a rhythm all their own. Hermione and Draco adapted seamlessly, learning to respond with care and patience, their bond deepening with each new wave of motion and breath. It was a quiet dance of anticipation, a prelude to the life that would soon arrive. One evening, as the snow fell softly outside the windows, Hermione experienced a particularly strong movement. She gasped, gripping Draco's arm, and he guided her gently to a chair. They remained still, hands intertwined, feeling the presence of their child together. No words were needed. The awe and responsibility were understood in the silence. Outside, the castle towers glimmered under the moonlight, the winter wind whispering through the trees. Inside, Hermione and Draco had created a sanctuary of warmth, presence, and unspoken trust. The world beyond the walls would continue its relentless pace, but here, in this space, they had found equilibrium. Draco often marveled at how much they had grown, individually and together. Fear had not vanished, but it had transformed into awareness. Responsibility no longer felt like a weight, but as a guiding force. Love had evolved into a partnership that balanced support, trust, and devotion. As winter deepened, Hermione felt more acutely the physical reminders of the life she carried. Draco remained a constant, ready to hold her, reassure her, and share in each new wave of sensation. Their connection grew not only through words, but through presence, through attention, and through the small, consistent acts of care that had become their rhythm. On nights when she awoke, feeling the insistent movements within her, Draco was there, holding her, whispering calmly, grounding her in the certainty of their shared future. Each moment, no matter how small, strengthened their bond and deepened their understanding of what it meant to prepare for the life ahead. And as dawn approached over the snow-covered towers, Hermione rested her head against Draco's chest, feeling the steady rhythm of his heartbeat. They were ready for change, ready for the challenges, ready to face the future together. Winter had transformed them, shaping their strength and solidifying their love. And together, they would meet whatever awaited them, hand in hand, hearts aligned, and lives intertwined forever. The castle corridors were quiet, the weight of winter pressing gently against the stone walls. Hermione moved with deliberate care, each step measured, each breath attentive to the life growing within her. The child was no longer a subtle presence. Each movement was strong, insistent, impossible to ignore. Draco remained at her side, ever watchful, his hands steady and his presence grounding. They had developed a rhythm together, a pattern of daily life that balanced care and independence. Hermione managed her lessons and responsibilities with deliberate pacing, while Draco adjusted seamlessly to her needs. Their bond was no longer just affection. It had grown into partnership, trust, and understanding that required no words. One afternoon, as snow fell gently outside, Hermione felt a sudden sharp kick. She froze mid-step, hand instinctively resting over her stomach. Draco was immediately beside her, guiding her to sit on a nearby bench. His hand over hers was steadying, reassuring, anchoring her in a way that made fear impossible. When the movement subsided, They exchanged a quiet look, both marveling at the life they had created together. The weeks continued in this delicate balance of anticipation and care. Evenings were their sanctuary. They would sit by the fire, Hermione leaning against Draco, hands intertwined, words flowing softly or dissolving into silence. Conversations ranged from practical matters, plans for their future, preparations for the child, to the intangible, dreams, hopes, fears, and the shared understanding that they were not facing this alone. Draco found himself reflecting often on how far they had come. Fear of judgment, of the unknown, had not disappeared, but it had transformed into quiet determination. Responsibility no longer felt like a burden but like a purpose, and love had matured into a partnership grounded in shared trust and unwavering devotion. One evening, the child's movements were especially pronounced. Hermione gasped, gripping Draco's arm, and he helped her to the comfort of a chair. They stayed like that for long minutes, hands resting over hers, marveling silently at the miracle of life. Outside, snow swirled softly against the windows, but within the castle, time seemed to slow, allowing them to inhabit the moment fully. Winter's deepening chill brought more stillness to the castle. The students who remained moved with purpose, yet Hermione and Draco existed in a quiet bubble, a world defined by shared presence, rather than the constant pull of external expectation. It was in this stillness that their connection strengthened, each small gesture and careful word building the foundation for the life soon to arrive. They began making small preparations, more intentional than before. Draco organized rooms, ensured warmth and comfort, and helped Hermione with tasks that had become difficult. Each act of care was quiet but profound, a reinforcement of the trust and partnership that defined their relationship. Hermione accepted the help with grace, her confidence in him growing alongside the life inside her. Nights often found Hermione awake, feeling the insistent movements of their child. Draco would hold her close, whispering calmly, grounding her in the certainty of their shared future. The intimacy of these moments, presence, touch, attention, was far more powerful than any words could capture. One morning, as sunlight broke through frost-covered windows, Hermione and Draco walked through the snow-laden grounds. The crunch beneath their feet was steady and rhythmic, each step a meditation. Hermione laughed quietly at Draco's careful navigation of icy patches, and he smiled, marveling at the simple joy of these shared moments. By the end of the day, they sat together, warm and content, reflecting on how far they had come. The child within Hermione was growing stronger, a living testament to the bond they had nurtured through trials, patience, and love. Outside, the world moved relentlessly forward, but inside their sanctuary, they were grounded, ready, and united. Winter had transformed them both, shaping their strength, deepening their love, and preparing them for the next chapter. Together, they would face whatever lay ahead, hand in hand, hearts aligned, and lives forever intertwined. The pale light of winter morning filtered through the frosted windows, casting long, soft shadows across the castle halls. Hermione moved carefully, each step deliberate, her awareness of the life growing inside her constant and unwavering. Every flutter, every kick reminded her of the profound responsibility and the unspoken joy that had become central to her existence. Draco stayed close, his presence steady and reassuring. He had perfected the balance between support and respect, never hovering, never overwhelming. His attentiveness had become instinctual. He knew when to speak, when to simply be near, and when to act, all without hesitation. Hermione found comfort not only in his care, but in the certainty of his devotion. Their days followed a quiet rhythm, punctuated by moments of wonder. Hermione attended lessons with adjusted pace and energy, and Draco accompanied her when needed, blending seamlessly into her world. Their partnership had become visible, not in grand gestures but in the subtleties. A hand resting lightly on her back, a gentle touch on her wrist, the unspoken understanding that they were facing this together. One afternoon, Hermione paused near the lake as a particularly strong movement inside her caught her off guard. She gasped softly, hand instinctively over her stomach. Draco was immediately at her side, guiding her gently to a nearby bench. His hand covered hers, anchoring her, and together they breathed in unison, marveling at the life they were nurturing. Evenings had become their sanctuary. By the fire, Hermione rested against Draco, their hands intertwined, sharing thoughts and dreams in whispers. Sometimes they spoke of practical matters, preparing their home, planning for the arrival of the child, but more often, they simply existed in shared presence, drawing strength from the unspoken bond between them. The child's movements were growing stronger and more rhythmic, a constant reminder of the life they had created together. Hermione and Draco responded instinctively, a delicate dance of care and anticipation that had become second nature. It was in these small, daily interactions that their trust and partnership deepened. Winter deepened outside, yet the castle offered a cocoon of warmth and quiet. Students came and went, but Hermione and Draco moved through the halls at their own pace, aware of the fragile sanctuary they had cultivated. Their relationship had matured into something both profound and resilient, capable of withstanding whispers, judgment, and the uncertainties of the outside world. One night, as snow swirled against the windows, Hermione felt a sudden, insistent movement. She gasped, clutching Draco's hand, and he guided her to sit comfortably, speaking softly, grounding her in his calm presence. They stayed together in silence, marveling at the miracle of life, feeling the connection between them strengthen with each passing moment. The days continued in this quiet rhythm, each one a mixture of anticipation, care, and wonder. Draco often reflected on how much they had grown, individually and together. Love had evolved into partnership, fear had transformed into vigilance and resolve, and the child they carried had become a living symbol of their shared strength. As the first light of dawn glimmered over the snow-covered towers, Hermione rested her head against Draco's chest, listening to the steady beat of his heart. They were ready for the future, ready to face every challenge, and ready to meet the life soon to enter their world. Winter had shaped them, molded them, and prepared them. And together they would step forward, hand in hand, hearts aligned, into the new chapter of their lives. The shift came quietly, almost imperceptibly at first. Hermione woke before dawn with a strange heaviness in her chest and a restlessness she could not ease. The castle was silent, wrapped in deep winter stillness, yet something inside her felt alert, awake, expectant. She sat up slowly, one hand resting against her stomach, listening to her breathing as the world held its breath with her. Draco stirred almost instantly. He had grown attuned to even the smallest changes in her movement. When he saw the tension in her expression, he sat up beside her, concern flickering across his face. He did not ask questions right away. Instead, he placed a steady hand over hers, grounding her as he had done countless times before. "I think something's different," Hermione said softly, her voice steady but uncertain. Draco nodded, his calm unwavering. He helped her shift into a more comfortable position, watching her carefully. There was no panic in him, only focus. He had prepared himself for this moment in ways he hadn't even realized until now. The sensation passed, leaving behind a lingering awareness rather than pain. Hermione exhaled slowly, leaning back against the pillows. Draco stayed close, his presence a quiet anchor as the castle slowly stirred awake around them. As the morning light filtered through the windows, Hermione felt both grounded and unsettled. She knew something had changed. Not drastically, not yet, but enough to mark the beginning of a new phase. Draco noticed it too, the way her posture shifted, the way her breaths came a little more measured. They spent the morning together in stillness. Draco prepared a light meal, watching her carefully as she ate. Hermione moved slowly, deliberately, choosing comfort over routine. The usual rhythm of the day felt altered, as though the world itself was waiting. Later, as they walked slowly through the quieter corridors, Hermione paused frequently, listening to her body. Draco never rushed her. He adjusted his pace to match hers, offering his arm when she needed it. Their connection felt almost wordless now, communication flowing through touch, glances, and shared awareness. They stopped near a tall window overlooking the grounds. Snow had begun to fall again, soft and steady. Hermione rested her forehead briefly against the cool glass, breathing deeply. She felt both calm and alert, as though standing at the edge of something vast and unknowable. Draco stood behind her, close enough that she could feel the warmth of him without being enclosed. His hands hovered at her sides, ready to support her if needed. Neither spoke. Words felt unnecessary in the presence of something so quietly profound. Throughout the day, Hermione experienced small waves of discomfort, not painful, but insistent. Each time, Draco was there. He guided her to sit, helped her breathe through it, stayed grounded so she could remain steady. His calm never wavered, and that steadiness became her anchor. By evening, the castle felt unusually hushed. Even the portraits seemed subdued, as though sensing the shift in the air. Hermione rested in a chair near the fire, exhaustion settling into her bones. Draco knelt beside her, brushing a stray curl away from her face. "You're doing incredibly well," he said softly. She met his gaze, emotion flickering behind her eyes. "I don't feel strong," she admitted. He shook his head gently. "Strength doesn't always feel powerful. Sometimes it feels like endurance." Her lips curved into a faint smile, comforted by his certainty. As night settled in, Hermione felt another deep, insistent movement. She inhaled sharply, gripping Draco's arm. This time it lingered longer, heavier. Draco didn't panic. He spoke calmly, guiding her breathing, grounding her with his voice and touch. They stayed like that for a long while, the world narrowing to the space between them. When it finally eased, Hermione rested her head against his shoulder, exhausted but calm. "I think things are changing," she murmured. Draco nodded. "I know. And I'm right here." There was no fear in his voice. Only certainty. They spent the rest of the night together, talking softly or sitting in silence, allowing the moment to unfold naturally. The castle slept around them, unaware that something meaningful was stirring within its walls. By morning, the air felt different. Charged. Expectant. Hermione woke with a deep sense of awareness, her body heavy but steady. Draco was awake beside her, watching her with quiet attentiveness. "Whatever happens," he said gently, "we face it together." She reached for his hand, holding it tightly. Together. The word settled between them like a promise. Outside, the snow continued to fall, covering the world in stillness. Inside, something profound was unfolding. They did not know exactly when or how, but they knew this much with certainty. The waiting was nearing its end. The stillness of the early morning felt heavier than before, as if the air itself was holding its breath. Hermione lay awake, eyes tracing the faint patterns of light on the ceiling, her body alert in a way that left no room for doubt. Something had shifted again. Not sharply, not urgently, but with purpose. A quiet certainty settled in her chest. Draco noticed immediately. He always did. He turned toward her, his movements slow and careful, searching her face. She met his gaze without speaking, and he understood. There was no fear in his expression, only focus and resolve. They moved carefully through the room, every step measured. Hermione paused often, grounding herself, breathing through the sensations that came in steady waves. They were stronger now, deeper, but still manageable. Draco remained close, offering his arm, his shoulder, his presence. He never rushed her. He never needed to ask what she felt. The castle was hushed in the early hour, corridors dim and echoing. The world beyond the walls felt impossibly distant, as though everything had narrowed to this moment, this path, this shared breath. Hermione leaned against a stone pillar when another wave passed through her. She closed her eyes, focusing on the rhythm she had learned to trust. Draco placed his hand over hers, firm and warm. His voice was calm, steady, grounding her without overwhelming her. She drew strength from it, from him, from the quiet certainty that she was not facing this alone. They moved slowly toward a secluded chamber that had long been prepared for this moment. The space was warm, softly lit, and peaceful. Hermione exhaled as she stepped inside, feeling a sense of safety settle over her. Draco helped her sit, then knelt in front of her, keeping his presence steady and reassuring. Time became difficult to measure. Moments stretched and folded in on themselves. Hermione focused inward, listening to her body, trusting it. Each wave demanded her attention, her breath, her strength. Draco stayed close, offering encouragement without pressure, anchoring her when the intensity rose. There was no fear now. Only effort. Only endurance. Only trust. At times, Hermione closed her eyes and leaned into him, grounding herself in his steady presence. His quiet words reminded her that she was not alone, that she was strong, that she was doing exactly what she needed to do. The world beyond the room faded entirely. As the hours passed, something shifted again. The air felt charged, expectant. Hermione felt a powerful certainty rise within her, a knowing that this moment was reaching its turning point. She gripped Draco's hand, her breath uneven but determined. He stayed with her through every second, unwavering. His focus never left her face, his presence a constant anchor. When the final surge came, Hermione gathered every ounce of strength she had, trusting her body, trusting herself, trusting him. And then everything changed. The moment stretched and then broke, replaced by a profound stillness. A breath. Then another. The space filled with a new sound, soft yet undeniable, fragile yet powerful. Hermione's breath caught as emotion flooded through her. Exhaustion and relief intertwined, leaving her trembling. Draco froze for a heartbeat, then emotion overtook him completely. His breath hitched as he looked between Hermione and the tiny life now before them. Neither spoke at first. Words felt far too small. Hermione reached out instinctively, her hands shaking as she drew their child close. The weight was light yet immeasurable, grounding her in a way nothing ever had before. Tears blurred her vision as she took in every detail, every tiny movement, every quiet sound. Draco knelt beside her, eyes shining, disbelief and awe etched across his face. He reached out carefully, reverently, as though afraid the moment might shatter if touched too firmly. When his fingers brushed their child's tiny hand, something inside him shifted forever. He let out a breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding. Hermione looked at him then, her expression soft and radiant despite her exhaustion. In that moment, everything they had endured made sense. Every fear, every sacrifice, every quiet night of uncertainty had led them here. They stayed like that for a long time, wrapped in stillness, the world reduced to the gentle rise and fall of breath and the fragile warmth between them. Outside, dawn crept slowly across the sky, pale light spilling into the room. The castle remained silent, unaware that something extraordinary had just unfolded within its walls. Draco finally spoke, his voice barely above a whisper. "We did it." Hermione smiled, tears slipping free. "We did." Their child stirred softly, and both of them leaned closer, instinctively protective, utterly devoted. In that quiet moment, the future no longer felt distant or uncertain. It was here, real, breathing. And as the first light of day wrapped around them, Hermione and Draco understood with absolute clarity that their lives had changed forever. Not with fear, not with doubt, but with love strong enough to reshape everything that came after. Morning arrived gently, as though the world itself wished to tread lightly around what had just been born. Pale light filtered through the tall windows, touching the stone walls with warmth that felt almost reverent. Hermione remained still, her body heavy with exhaustion yet filled with a peace she had never known before. The child rested against her, small and warm, breathing softly as if already familiar with the safety of her arms. Draco had not moved far. He sat close, one hand resting protectively near them, his posture careful, as though even the slightest shift might disturb the fragile miracle before him. His eyes never left the child. Awe had settled deep within him, reshaping something fundamental in his chest. He felt altered, not overwhelmed, but awakened to a depth of purpose he had never known existed. Hermione studied him quietly, taking in the way his expression softened whenever he looked at their child. This was not the boy she had once known at Hogwarts, nor even the man who had stood beside her through fear and uncertainty. This was someone new, someone steady, someone who belonged here as much as she did. The room remained hushed, as if the castle itself understood the gravity of the moment. Even the usual distant sounds of footsteps and shifting portraits seemed muted. Time moved differently now, measured not by hours but by breaths, heartbeats, and the gentle rise and fall of a tiny chest. Hermione shifted slightly, adjusting her hold, and the child stirred. Draco leaned closer instinctively, his breath catching when small fingers curled faintly. The simplicity of it stole something from his chest and replaced it with awe. "She's perfect," he murmured without thinking. Hermione smiled softly, her eyes glistening. "She really is." Saying it aloud made it real in a way nothing else had. Their child. Their future. A living proof of everything they had endured and chosen. The hours passed quietly. A healer came and went with soft steps and gentle words, careful not to disrupt the stillness. Hermione listened, answered when needed, but her focus always returned to the warmth in her arms. Draco stayed near, absorbing every detail, committing each moment to memory as though afraid time might steal it away too quickly. Eventually, the world beyond the room began to stir. The castle woke slowly, unaware that something extraordinary had already unfolded within its walls. But inside, nothing felt ordinary anymore. Hermione grew tired again, her body reminding her of all it had endured. Draco noticed immediately. He adjusted his position so she could rest more comfortably, never once hesitating. When she leaned against him, he held her securely, mindful and calm. "You should sleep," he said quietly. She nodded, though her gaze lingered on their child. "Just for a little while." Draco promised without words that he would stay, that nothing would change while she rested. And when her breathing evened out, he watched over both of them, the weight of responsibility settling over him like a mantle he was finally ready to carry. As Hermione slept, Draco allowed himself to truly feel everything he had been holding back. The fear that had once followed him like a shadow was gone, replaced by resolve. He would protect this life with everything he had. He would be better than he had been. He would be worthy of what he had been given. When Hermione stirred again, light had shifted across the room. She blinked slowly, orienting herself before her gaze fell once more on the small form resting against her. Emotion welled up again, but this time it was calmer, steadier. Draco smiled when he saw her awake. "You okay?" She nodded. "Tired, but happy." He nodded too, understanding completely. They spoke quietly then, not about plans or expectations, but about simple things. How peaceful the room felt. How strange it was that the world kept moving. How everything had changed without feeling frightening. At one point, Hermione looked at him with sudden seriousness. "You know this changes everything." He met her gaze without hesitation. "I know, and I wouldn't change a single part of it." Silence followed, comfortable and warm. Outside, snow began to fall again, light and slow, brushing against the windows as if offering its quiet blessing. Inside, the three of them existed in a space untouched by time, bound together by something deeper than words could ever capture. Hermione watched their child breathe, her heart full in a way she had never imagined possible. Draco watched them both, grounded and certain. This was not the end of their story. It was the beginning of something far greater. And as the day unfolded beyond the castle walls, they remained exactly where they were meant to be. Together. Morning light stretched slowly across the room, pale and gentle, touching the stone walls as though afraid to disturb the quiet life now resting within them. Hermione stirred first, the warmth of her child nestled against her chest, anchoring her in a way she had never known before. Her body ached in places she could not quite name, yet beneath the exhaustion lived a calm certainty that steadied her breathing. Draco remained close, seated where he had barely moved since dawn. He looked different now, not in appearance but in presence. His posture carried a stillness that spoke of awareness, of responsibility accepted without hesitation. When he noticed Hermione awake, his expression softened immediately, and he leaned closer, careful not to disturb the fragile peace of the moment. "You're awake," he said quietly. She nodded, her gaze drifting to the small shape between them. The child stirred slightly, making a soft sound that sent a warmth through her chest. Hermione smiled, brushing her thumb gently across tiny fingers that curled instinctively around her touch. "I keep thinking I'll wake up," she whispered. Draco shook his head slowly. "You're not dreaming." The truth of it settled between them, heavy and beautiful. This was real. This life, this fragile beginning, was real. The castle seemed to sense the shift. Though sounds from beyond the room slowly returned, they felt distant, unimportant. Footsteps echoed faintly down corridors. Somewhere far away, voices murmured. Yet within these walls, time moved differently. A healer arrived quietly, checking Hermione with gentle efficiency. Her voice was calm, reassuring, confirming what they already felt in their hearts. Everything was as it should be. She left with a soft smile, closing the door with care, as though sealing the moment inside. Hermione leaned back against the pillows, exhaustion finally settling into her bones. Draco noticed instantly and adjusted his position so she could rest more comfortably. He remained close, watching both of them with an intensity that bordered on reverence. The child shifted again, and Hermione inhaled sharply, not in pain but in awe. She had never imagined something so small could feel so powerful. Every movement carried meaning. Every breath felt like a promise. Draco reached out slowly, his fingers brushing the child's hand again. This time, the tiny fingers curled with surprising strength around his. His breath caught, and he closed his eyes briefly, overcome by a surge of emotion he did not try to hide. "I didn't know it could feel like this," he admitted quietly. Hermione smiled, tears shining in her eyes. "Neither did I." They stayed that way for a long time, neither needing to speak. The connection between them felt deeper than words, woven from shared fear, resilience, and love born through endurance. Eventually, Hermione shifted, her body reminding her that rest was still necessary. Draco noticed immediately and helped her adjust, careful and attentive. The child settled again, soothed by the familiar rhythm of her heartbeat. As the hours passed, the room filled with a soft golden light. Outside, the castle continued its quiet rhythm, unaware of how profoundly the world had changed inside its walls. Hermione drifted in and out of sleep, waking each time with a sense of wonder rather than confusion. Each time her eyes opened, Draco was there. Watching. Waiting. Steady. At one point, she reached for his hand, holding it tightly. "You're still here," she murmured. He gave a small, almost amused smile. "I'm not going anywhere." The simplicity of the statement carried weight. It was not a promise made lightly. It was a truth he had already chosen to live by. As the day unfolded, the reality of what lay ahead began to gently take shape. There would be challenges. There would be uncertainty. The world beyond these walls was not always kind or forgiving. But within this space, within this moment, there was strength enough to face it all. Hermione watched the slow rise and fall of her child's chest, feeling a fierce tenderness swell within her. She had faced darkness before, had stood against fear and loss, but this was different. This was creation. This was hope made real. Draco leaned closer, his voice low. "Whatever comes next," he said, "we face it together." She turned to him, meeting his gaze. "Together," she echoed. The word carried weight, history, and promise. It bound them more tightly than any vow ever could. Later, as evening began to fall, the light softened once more, casting long shadows across the room. Hermione held her child close, humming softly without realizing it. Draco listened, committing the sound to memory. The world beyond the castle walls remained uncertain, filled with change and challenge. But within this quiet space, something unshakable had taken root. This was not an ending. It was not even a beginning in the way stories often claimed. It was continuation. A life unfolding. A bond strengthened. And a future slowly, beautifully taking shape. The quiet of the room deepened as evening settled fully around the castle. Shadows stretched across the stone walls, soft and unmoving, as if the world itself had slowed to honor the fragile life now resting between Hermione and Draco. The air felt different, fuller somehow, carrying the weight of something newly born, yet already deeply rooted. Hermione lay back against the pillows, her body heavy but calm. Every movement still felt unfamiliar, as though she were learning herself anew. She watched her child sleep, memorizing the small details without realizing she was doing it. The gentle rise and fall of a tiny chest. The faint curl of fingers. The peaceful expression that seemed untouched by the world beyond this room. Draco remained close, seated beside her, one arm resting lightly against the bed. He looked as though he were afraid to blink, as if the moment might disappear the second he stopped paying attention. His expression held a quiet wonder, mixed with something deeper, steadier. Responsibility had settled into him not as a burden, but as a calling he had already accepted without question. Hermione shifted slightly, feeling the ache in her body deepen before easing again. Draco noticed immediately and leaned closer, concern flickering across his face. "I'm all right," she whispered before he could speak. "Just tired." He nodded, brushing his fingers gently against her hand. "You've done more than anyone ever should have to." She smiled faintly, not in pride but in understanding. "We both have." Silence returned, warm and unbroken. Outside the window, the sky darkened, the last traces of daylight giving way to evening. The castle grew quieter still, as if the stones themselves were resting. Hermione felt emotion rise suddenly in her chest, unexpected and powerful. She turned her face slightly toward Draco, her voice barely above a whisper. I didn't know I could feel this much, she admitted. It's overwhelming. Beautiful. Terrifying. Draco met her gaze without hesitation. You don't have to carry it alone. The words settled deep inside her. She had spent so much of her life believing strength meant standing alone, enduring without complaint. But this was different. This was shared. This was something she did not have to hold by herself. The child stirred softly, and Hermione instinctively drew closer, protective without thinking. Draco watched the movement, his breath catching for just a moment before he steadied himself again. She knows you, he said quietly. Hermione looked up at him. How do you know? Because she's calm when you're close. Just like I am. The truth of it settled between them without argument. Time passed gently. A healer returned briefly, checking in with practiced calm, offering quiet reassurance before leaving them once more to their solitude. The world outside continued to move, but here, everything remained suspended in something tender and sacred. As the night deepened, Hermione felt her strength begin to wane again. Draco noticed immediately, helping her adjust, easing the weight from her shoulders. She rested her head against him, allowing herself to lean fully into his support. You can sleep, he murmured. She hesitated. What if I miss something? He smiled softly. You won't. I'll be right here. Trust came easily now. Hermione closed her eyes, her breathing evening out as rest finally claimed her. Draco remained still, watching over both of them, every instinct focused and alert. While she slept, he studied their child with quiet reverence. He noticed the way tiny fingers twitched, the faint sounds of breath, the fragile strength contained in such a small body. A sense of purpose settled deep within him, heavier and more meaningful than anything he had known before. This was no longer about redemption or escape or survival. This was about presence, about choosing to stay, again and again, even when the path ahead was uncertain. When Hermione stirred again, it was with a soft breath and a quiet awareness. Her eyes opened slowly, adjusting to the dim light. Draco noticed instantly, leaning closer. I'm here, he said gently. She smiled, tired but peaceful. I know. They stayed like that, wrapped in stillness, listening to the quiet sounds of life continuing around them. Somewhere in the castle, a door closed. Somewhere else, footsteps echoed faintly. But within their small sanctuary, time moved differently. Hermione looked down at her child again, emotion tightening her chest. Everything feels different now, she said softly. Draco nodded. Because it is. She considered his words, then exhaled slowly. I'm not afraid anymore. His gaze softened. Neither am I. The night continued to unfold, calm and unhurried. No grand declarations were needed. No promises spoken aloud. Everything important had already been said in the quiet moments between breaths. Outside, the moon drifted higher, casting gentle light through the windows. Inside, 3 lives rested together, bound by something deeper than fate or chance. This was not an ending. It was the steady beginning of a life shaped by patience, devotion, and love that had grown not from perfection, but from choosing each other again and again. And as the castle slept on, a new future quietly took root, waiting to unfold one moment at a time. Morning arrived gently, not with urgency, but with a slow unfolding of light that slipped through the tall windows and settled across the room. Hermione woke gradually, her body still heavy but no longer overwhelmed. The ache that lingered felt different now, purposeful rather than exhausting. She shifted slightly and became aware of the small weight resting against her, warm and steady, breathing in quiet rhythm. Draco sat nearby, exactly where she had last seen him. He looked up the moment she stirred, relief softening his features. He had barely slept, though he did not feel tired. Something deeper than rest sustained him now, something rooted in watchfulness and devotion. You're awake, he said softly. She nodded, her gaze drifting instinctively to the child. A small sound escaped her, not quite a laugh, not quite a sigh. She's so calm. Draco leaned closer, his voice low. I think she knows she's safe. The words lingered between them, settling into something warm and true. A healer arrived shortly after, quiet and respectful. She checked Hermione carefully, murmuring reassurance, then turned her attention to the child. Everything was progressing as it should. There was no urgency, no concern, only the gentle rhythm of recovery and beginning. Once the healer left, the room fell silent again. Hermione shifted carefully, guided by Draco's steady hands. The small movements required effort, but each one reminded her of her strength. She had endured something monumental, and now she was still here, still breathing, still holding life in her arms. Draco watched her with an intensity that had softened into something warm and steady. He had seen her strength before in moments of conflict and brilliance, but this was different. This strength was quiet, unassuming, woven into her very presence. They spent the morning in a kind of shared stillness. Hermione dozed intermittently, waking often to check on the child, to ground herself in the reality of her warmth and weight. Each time she woke, Draco was there, sometimes watching her, sometimes watching the child, sometimes simply sitting in thought. At one point, Hermione studied him more closely. The tension he had carried for so long seemed to have eased, replaced by a calm attentiveness. He looked like someone who had finally found where he belonged. "You're different," she murmured. He met her gaze, thoughtful. "So are you." She considered that, then nodded slowly. "I suppose we both are." The hours passed gently. Outside, the castle continued its quiet rhythm, but inside the room, time stretched and softened. Eventually, hunger reminded Hermione of itself, subtle but persistent. Draco noticed at once and helped her sit more comfortably, offering food brought earlier and kept warm. She ate slowly, savoring each bite, grateful for the normalcy of the moment. Draco watched her with quiet relief, pleased to see color returning to her face. As afternoon light filtered through the windows, Hermione felt a surge of emotion she could not immediately name. She looked down at the child, then up at Draco, her eyes shimmering. "I keep thinking about what comes next," she admitted. "Not just tomorrow or next week, but everything." Draco considered her words carefully. "We'll learn as we go," he said. "We don't have to have every answer right now." She nodded, though the weight of responsibility lingered in her chest. "I don't want to fail her." His voice was steady, unwavering. "You won't." She searched his face, looking for doubt, and found none. That certainty steadied her more than any reassurance ever could. The child stirred again, a small movement that drew both their attention instantly. Hermione adjusted her hold, instinctively protective. Draco leaned closer, his presence calm and grounding. "She knows you," Hermione whispered. He swallowed, emotion flickering across his face. "I hope so." "She does," Hermione said firmly. "She feels it." The afternoon stretched onward, unhurried. Light shifted across the room, painting the walls in soft gold. Hermione dozed again, lighter this time, her breathing even. Draco remained beside her, his hand resting near hers, close enough to feel but careful not to wake her. When she stirred again, the world felt quieter, as though wrapped in cotton. She felt different now, not fragile but transformed. The fear that had once lingered at the edges of her thoughts had softened into something manageable. She was still learning, still adjusting, but she was no longer afraid of what lay ahead. Draco noticed the change in her eyes and smiled faintly. "You look like yourself again," he said. She considered that. "Maybe a new version." He nodded. "A stronger one." She didn't argue. As evening approached, the sky beyond the windows darkened slowly. Shadows lengthened, and the castle seemed to exhale, settling into night. Hermione adjusted the child in her arms, humming softly without realizing it. Draco listened, committing the sound to memory, knowing it would stay with him forever. They spoke quietly about small things. About the room. About how strange it felt that the world outside continued as though nothing had changed. About how everything had changed for them. There was no rush to define what came next. No need to shape the future all at once. For now, it was enough to exist in this moment, to breathe, to feel, to hold and be held. As night fully settled, Hermione leaned into Draco, her head resting lightly against his shoulder. He wrapped an arm around her, careful and protective, anchoring them together. The world beyond the castle remained uncertain, complex, and demanding. But within these walls, something strong and enduring had taken root. Not perfection, not certainty, but love shaped by choice, patience, and the courage to begin again. And in the quiet that followed, with their child sleeping peacefully between them, Hermione and Draco understood that whatever lay ahead, they would meet it not as two, but as three, bound together by something unbreakable and real. Morning arrived with a gentler kind of light, as though the world itself had softened in response to what had been born within its walls. The castle breathed quietly, and for the first time since the long night before, Hermione felt rested in a way that went deeper than sleep. Her body still ached, but the pain no longer frightened her. It felt purposeful, like a reminder of something powerful she had endured and survived. She stirred slowly, careful not to disturb the small, warm presence resting against her. The child slept peacefully, tiny breaths steady and soft. Hermione watched her for a long moment, studying every detail as though afraid that if she looked away even briefly, something precious might slip from her grasp. Draco sat nearby, his posture relaxed but attentive. He had barely moved since the night before, choosing instead to remain close, as if distance itself had become unfamiliar. When Hermione's eyes met his, he gave her a quiet smile, one filled with warmth rather than exhaustion. "You're awake," he said softly. "I think I finally slept," she replied, her voice calm but faint. He nodded, relief clear in his expression. "You needed it." Hermione shifted slightly, adjusting the child in her arms. The movement caused a small stir, but the baby settled again almost immediately. Hermione exhaled, feeling a rush of tenderness that made her chest ache. "She trusts me," she whispered, more to herself than to Draco. He leaned closer, his voice gentle. "She knows your heartbeat. She's known it longer than anyone." That thought settled deeply within her, grounding her in a way nothing else could. She had carried this life through fear and uncertainty, through moments of doubt and quiet courage. Now that life rested against her, safe and warm, and the weight of it felt both overwhelming and right. The hours passed slowly. A healer came briefly, checking both mother and child, offering quiet reassurance before leaving them once more in peace. Hermione listened carefully, absorbing every word, every suggestion. She wanted to do everything right, even though she knew there would be moments of uncertainty ahead. After the healer left, Draco helped Hermione adjust again, placing a cushion behind her back and ensuring she was comfortable. His movements were careful, almost reverent. She noticed the way his hands hovered before touching, always mindful, always gentle. "You don't have to be so careful," she murmured. He smiled faintly. "I want to be." That simple truth lingered between them. Later, as the light shifted toward afternoon, Hermione found herself studying Draco with new eyes. There was a steadiness in him she had not seen before, something grounded and unwavering. He was no longer defined by the past or by expectations. He was present, wholly and completely. "You're different," she said quietly. He glanced at her, curious. "Better or worse?" "Different," she repeated, then added softly, stronger. He considered this for a moment. "I think you are too." The child stirred again, a small sound escaping her lips. Hermione instinctively adjusted her hold, her movements confident now, guided by instinct rather than fear. Draco watched closely, his expression filled with admiration. "She already knows you," he said again, almost to himself. Hermione nodded. "And she knows you too." The thought seemed to settle something deep within him. He exhaled slowly, as though releasing a weight he had carried for years without realizing it. Outside, the castle continued its quiet rhythm. Somewhere down the corridor, a door closed softly. Footsteps passed, distant and unintrusive. Life continued, unaware of the quiet miracle unfolding within these walls. As the afternoon wore on, Hermione felt her strength returning in small but steady increments. She shifted more easily now, her movements less hesitant. Draco noticed every change, every improvement, and his relief grew with each passing hour. They spoke little, but when they did, their words were simple and sincere. They talked about rest, about food, about small plans for the days ahead. Nothing grand, nothing overwhelming. Just the next step. And then the one after that. At one point, Hermione looked at him with a seriousness that made him straighten slightly. "You're not going anywhere, are you?" she asked quietly. He met her gaze without hesitation. "No. Not I hope not. Not I'll try. Just no." The certainty in his voice settled something inside her chest that she hadn't realized was still trembling. She leaned back against the pillows, closing her eyes briefly. When she opened them again, she saw Draco watching her with an expression she had never seen before. It wasn't fear or guilt or even relief. It was devotion, pure and unguarded. That realization stirred something deep within her. She had never needed anyone to stay before. She had always believed strength meant standing alone. But now, with this child in her arms and this man beside her, she understood that strength could also mean allowing someone to remain. The light outside began to fade once more, shadows stretching softly across the room. Hermione adjusted the child once again, humming quietly without thinking. Draco listened, committing the sound to memory, knowing it would follow him for the rest of his life. As evening approached, a calm settled over them that felt almost sacred. There were no urgent thoughts, no racing worries. Just presence. Just breath. Just the quiet understanding that something extraordinary had taken root. They did not speak of the future in detail. They did not need to. It waited patiently, ready to unfold in its own time. For now, this moment was enough. Hermione closed her eyes, resting her head back as Draco shifted closer, his arms steady and sure around her. Their child slept peacefully between them, unaware of the love that surrounded her, unaware of the lives forever altered by her arrival. And as night settled once more over the castle, the three of them remained wrapped in a stillness that felt both fragile and unbreakable, bound together by something deeper than fate and stronger than fear. The night passed quietly, marked only by the slow rhythm of breath and the soft hush of the castle settling into its deeper silence. When morning came, it arrived with a pale glow that slipped gently through the tall windows, brushing over stone and skin alike. Hermione woke slowly, not startled, not afraid, but aware in a way she had never been before. The world felt different now, heavier and lighter at once. She shifted carefully and felt the familiar warmth still close to her. The child slept soundly, small fingers curled instinctively, face relaxed in a way that made Hermione's chest tighten with emotion. For a moment, she simply watched her, committing every detail to memory. The shape of her mouth, the softness of her hair, the steady rise and fall of her breathing. Draco stirred beside her, blinking awake as though he had been resting lightly rather than truly sleeping. When he saw Hermione watching the child, something tender crossed his face. He did not speak at first. He only leaned closer, grounding himself in the quiet of the moment. "She's peaceful," he said at last. Hermione nodded. "She feels safe." The words carried weight. Safety had once felt like an illusion, something promised but rarely delivered. Now it existed in the space between them, steady and real. As the morning unfolded, Hermione noticed how much easier it was to move. Her body still reminded her of everything it had endured, but the sharpness had faded into something manageable. Draco helped her sit up, offering support without fuss, and she accepted it without hesitation. There was no pride to guard now, no need to prove anything. A healer arrived not long after, quiet and composed. She examined both mother and child with practiced care, nodding with approval at every sign of progress. Her voice was calm as she spoke, reassuring without being patronizing. Hermione listened closely, absorbing every detail, determined to learn. When the healer left, the room felt warmer somehow. Less like a place of recovery and more like a beginning. They spent the next hours in gentle rhythm. Hermione fed the child while Draco watched, flickering across his expression in ways he did not attempt to hide. At one point, the child's small hand curled around his finger, and he froze, breath catching as though the moment might shatter if he moved. Hermione noticed and smiled softly. "She's stronger than she looks." He swallowed, eyes fixed on that tiny grip. "So are you." The words were simple, but they landed with weight. Hermione had spent so much of her life being strong for others, rarely allowing herself to feel seen in return. Now, in this quiet space, she felt understood in a way that went beyond words. As the day stretched forward, sunlight warmed the stone walls, and distant sounds drifted through the corridor. Life continued beyond this room, but it no longer felt distant or threatening. It felt like something they would step back into together when the time came. At one point, Hermione asked Draco to sit beside her on the bed. He did, careful and attentive. She studied his face, noticing lines of exhaustion softened by something steadier beneath. "You're thinking too much," he said gently. She smiled faintly. "I always do. Not everything needs solving right now." She considered that, then nodded. "You're right." There was a quiet confidence in him now, not loud or demanding, but present. He no longer looked like someone waiting for judgment or bracing for loss. He looked like someone who had chosen to stay. Later, when the child slept again, Hermione rested her head against Draco's shoulder. The contact felt natural, unforced. He adjusted slightly so she was more comfortable, his arms settling around her with ease. They spoke in low voices, about small things that somehow felt important. About the way the castle sounded at night. About how strange it was that the world could keep moving while something so life-altering had just occurred. About how nothing felt the same, yet everything felt clearer. "I used to think strength meant control," Hermione said quietly. "Understanding everything. Preparing for every possibility." Draco listened without interrupting. "But now," she continued, "I think strength might be trusting that you can face whatever comes, even if you don't know how yet." He considered her words, then nodded. "I think that's true." The light shifted again, shadows stretching gently across the room. Hermione felt tired, but it was a good kind of tired. The kind that came after something meaningful. As evening approached, a soft stillness settled over everything. The child stirred once more, and Hermione adjusted her instinctively, movements smooth and sure. Draco watched with quiet pride, something warm blooming in his chest as he realized how naturally she had stepped into this new part of herself. "You're incredible," he said quietly. She shook her head slightly. "I'm just learning." "So am I." The honesty between them felt like a bridge, steady and strong. There was no rush to define what they were becoming. They were allowed to grow into it, step by step. As night began to fall, Hermione felt a deep sense of calm settle within her. The fear that once lingered at the edges of her thoughts had softened into something distant, no longer in control. She was tired, yes, but also full in a way she had never experienced before. Draco stayed close as she settled back against the pillows. He did not move away when her hand brushed his. Instead, he intertwined their fingers gently, grounding both of them in the moment. The child slept peacefully between them, unaware of the quiet promises being formed around her. Promises of care, of presence, of a future built not on fear but on choice. Outside, the castle rested beneath the night sky, ancient and watchful. Inside, something new took shape, something tender and resilient. They did not speak again for a long while. Words were unnecessary. Everything that needed to be understood already was. And as the night deepened, wrapping them in its quiet embrace, Hermione realized that this was not an ending or even a beginning. It was a becoming, one that would unfold slowly, honestly, and together. Morning arrived softly, carried in on pale light and the faint hush of the castle waking beyond thick stone walls. Hermione stirred slowly, not startled by the transition from sleep to wakefulness, but guided by it. The room felt different again, as though it had subtly reshaped itself overnight to accommodate the quiet growth happening within it. She became aware first of warmth, then of weight. The child lay against her, breathing evenly, small fingers curled near her chest. Hermione's heart swelled at the sight, a familiar ache that no longer frightened her. It grounded her. Draco sat nearby, leaning slightly forward in his chair, elbows resting on his knees. His expression was thoughtful, but not burdened. When he noticed her eyes open, he straightened, his attention instantly drawn to her. "Good morning," he said quietly. She smiled, slow and tired but genuine. "It feels strange how peaceful it is." He nodded, like the world is holding its breath. She glanced toward the window where faint light filtered through. "I don't mind if it stays like this a little longer." Neither did he. A comfortable silence followed. Hermione shifted carefully, testing her strength. Each movement felt steadier than the last, as though her body was remembering itself again. Draco noticed and stood, ready to help, but she waved him off gently. "I've got it," she said, and surprised herself by meaning it. He didn't argue. Instead, he watched with quiet pride as she adjusted herself and the child, moving with growing confidence. There was something grounding in seeing her like this, something that eased a tension he hadn't realized he still carried. The door opened softly not long after, and a healer entered, offering a warm nod before checking on them both. Her manner was calm, reassuring, and efficient. She spoke of progress, of strength returning, of how well the child was doing. Each word felt like a small affirmation, settling gently into the room. When the healer left, Hermione let out a breath she hadn't realized she was holding. "I think I'm starting to believe her." Draco smiled faintly. "You should." They shared a look that held more than words ever could. Time moved slowly after that. The morning stretched into afternoon, light shifting across the floor in quiet patterns. Hermione found herself more alert now, more present. She observed things she might have missed before. The way the castle seemed to hum faintly, as though alive. The way Draco's gaze softened whenever he looked at the child. The way her own thoughts no longer spiraled but settled. At one point, she spoke without thinking. "Do you ever wonder what she'll be like?" Draco considered this. "All the time." "What do you imagine?" He hesitated, then answered honestly. "I imagine someone brave. Not loud bravery. The kind that doesn't need proving." Hermione smiled. "That sounds familiar." His lips curved slightly. "I thought so too." The child stirred, letting out a small sound that caught both their attention. Hermione adjusted her gently, instinct guiding her hands. Draco leaned closer, watching with quiet awe. "She already trusts you," he murmured. Hermione looked down at her, heart full. "I hope she always will." "You'll give her every reason to," he replied. The sincerity in his voice made her chest tighten. She had spent so long measuring herself against expectations, against impossible standards. Now, for the first time, she felt free from that weight. As afternoon gave way to evening, Hermione felt her energy wane, though not unpleasantly. Draco noticed immediately and suggested she rest. She didn't argue. She trusted him now in ways she hadn't anticipated, and that trust felt natural, not forced. She lay back, the child nestled safely against her, and allowed her eyes to close. Even as she drifted, she remained aware of Draco nearby, a quiet presence anchoring her. When she woke again, the light had dimmed and the room glowed with soft warmth. Draco sat beside her, reading quietly, though his eyes lifted the moment he sensed her stirring. "You slept," he said gently. "I needed it," she replied. He nodded. "You did." They sat together in silence for a while, listening to the steady rhythm of the child's breathing. Hermione felt a sense of completeness she had never known before. Not perfection, not certainty, but something deeper and steadier. "I used to think love had to be loud," she said quietly. "Grand gestures. Big moments." Draco listened, attentive. "But this," she continued, glancing down, "this feels stronger somehow." He nodded slowly. "The quiet things tend to last." The truth of it settled between them. As the evening deepened, the world beyond the windows dimmed. The castle seemed to draw inward, protective and still. Hermione shifted slightly, her body relaxing fully for the first time since everything had changed. Draco reached out without thinking, his hand resting lightly near hers. She turned her hand, their fingers brushing, then intertwining naturally. Neither of them commented on it. There was no need. The child slept peacefully, unaware of the gentle transformation happening around her. She was wrapped in safety, in warmth, in the unspoken promise of two people learning how to become something more together. Hermione felt emotions swell in her chest, not sharp or overwhelming, but deep and steady. She was not afraid of it anymore. She welcomed it. "This feels real," she whispered. Draco squeezed her hand gently. "It is." Outside, the night settled fully, quiet and vast. Inside, something equally vast and steady took root. Not defined by fear or expectation, but by presence, patience, and choice. They remained there together, unhurried, allowing the moment to exist exactly as it was. No need to rush forward. No need to look back. Only the quiet certainty that whatever came next, they would face it together. The night eased into morning without urgency, the way only the safest places allow. Hermione woke slowly, not from sound or discomfort, but from awareness. Her body felt heavier than usual, yet grounded, as if it had finally accepted rest as something permitted rather than borrowed. The child slept curled against her, warmth pressed into her side. Hermione adjusted slightly, careful not to wake her, and let herself simply feel. The room carried a quiet stillness, the kind that settles when nothing demands attention. For once, she did not feel the need to prepare or anticipate. Draco was still there, seated in the same place as before, though his posture had softened. He wasn't watching the door or the room. He was watching them. When their eyes met, he didn't speak, only offered a faint, familiar look that said he was present, that he had no intention of leaving. "You didn't sleep much," Hermione murmured. He shrugged lightly. Enough. She studied him for a moment. You don't have to stay awake for us. I want to. There was no defensiveness in his voice, no obligation. Just choice. She let the moment settle, then shifted carefully, wincing slightly before finding a more comfortable position. Draco rose immediately, concern flickering across his face, but she steadied herself. I'm all right, she assured him. He nodded but stayed close, kneeling beside her so she wouldn't have to strain. His presence felt grounding rather than intrusive, and Hermione found herself grateful for it. A soft sound escaped the child, a quiet murmur that made both of them still. Hermione smiled instinctively, brushing her thumb gently against the child's tiny hand. The fingers curled in response, a reflex that sent a wave of warmth through her chest. She's learning, Hermione whispered. Draco's expression softened. So are we. The words lingered between them, unspoken meanings threading through the air. Learning how to exist in this new shape. Learning how to carry responsibility without fear. Learning how to trust something good without waiting for it to fall apart. The morning passed slowly. Light filtered in through the tall windows, illuminating dust motes that drifted lazily through the air. Hermione found herself watching them, fascinated by how something so small could catch the light so beautifully. At some point, a healer returned briefly, checking in with quiet efficiency. Hermione listened closely, asking thoughtful questions, absorbing every detail. When the healer left, she felt more confident, steadier in her movements and her mind. Draco noticed the shift. You're finding your rhythm, he said. She nodded. I think I am. There was a calmness to her now that had not been there before. The constant mental calculations, the relentless planning had softened. She was present in a way she had rarely allowed herself to be. The child stirred again, and Hermione adjusted her gently, cradling her closer. She didn't rush or second-guess herself. Her hands moved with quiet certainty, guided by instinct rather than thought. Draco watched her with something close to awe. He had seen her brilliance in countless forms, but this was different. This was something deeper, something rooted. You're natural at this, he said quietly. Hermione shook her head slightly. I'm just listening. To her. To myself. The honesty of the moment lingered. For so long, she had measured herself by external standards. Now she was learning to trust her own inner compass, and that realization felt both freeing and terrifying. As the day continued, the castle beyond their room stirred faintly. Distant footsteps, the echo of voices far away. Life carried on, but it no longer felt overwhelming. It felt like something she could step back into when ready. Draco brought her water and helped her shift again, careful and attentive. Their movements together were unspoken choreography now, shaped by awareness rather than instruction. At one point, Hermione looked at him and said quietly, You've changed too. He considered that. I think I had to. She studied his face, searching for traces of the boy he once was. Some were still there, softened by time, but much had shifted. There was a steadiness in him now, a quiet acceptance that had replaced old restlessness. You're not running anymore, she observed. No, he said simply. The word carried weight. They sat in companionable silence after that, the kind that didn't need filling. Hermione felt a sense of peace settle over her, not the absence of fear, but the presence of trust. Trust in herself. Trust in him. Trust in whatever lay ahead. The child slept soundly, her small chest rising and falling in a steady rhythm. Hermione watched her with a tenderness that felt almost overwhelming. This tiny life had reshaped everything, shifting priorities, softening edges, revealing strengths she hadn't known she possessed. She looked up at Draco. I don't know what kind of world she'll grow into. He met her gaze steadily. But she won't face it alone. The certainty in his voice made something loosen inside her. She hadn't realized how tightly she'd been holding that worry until now. As evening approached, the light softened again, bathing the room in gentle hues. Hermione felt tired, but it was a fulfilling tiredness, the kind that came after something meaningful. She leaned back slightly, letting Draco adjust the pillows behind her. Their hands brushed, then lingered. Neither pulled away. The contact felt natural, grounding, as though it had always belonged there. Outside, the sky deepened, shadows stretching across the grounds. Inside, a quiet warmth endured. Hermione closed her eyes for a moment, breathing in slowly. When she opened them again, she felt different. Not change beyond recognition, but expanded, as though her world had grown deeper rather than wider. "I think I'm ready," she said softly. "For what?" Draco asked. "For whatever comes next." He smiled, not with certainty, but with faith. They remained there together as night settled fully, wrapped in a stillness that felt protective rather than isolating. The child slept peacefully between them, unaware of the love forming around her, unaware of the future being shaped in quiet moments like this. And in that calm, unspoken understanding, something enduring took root. Not a promise spoken aloud, but a commitment felt deeply. A willingness to walk forward together, step by step, into whatever awaited them next. Morning unfolded with a quiet steadiness that felt earned rather than given. The light outside was softer than before, filtered through pale clouds that drifted lazily across the sky. Hermione woke with a sense of calm that surprised her. There was no rush in her chest, no sudden worry pulling her thoughts in different directions. Instead, there was a quiet awareness of warmth beside her and the steady rhythm of a small life resting against her own. She shifted carefully, feeling the gentle weight of the child nestled close. The movement stirred something deep within her, not anxiety but connection. She breathed in slowly, grounding herself in the moment before lifting her gaze. Draco was there, of course. He always seemed to be. He sat nearby, his posture relaxed but attentive, eyes soft as they met hers. There was something unspoken between them now, a familiarity that did not demand words. "You're awake," he said quietly. She nodded. "I didn't want to move too quickly." He smiled faintly. "You don't have to." The child stirred softly, letting out a quiet sound that made Hermione's heart lift. She adjusted her hold instinctively, soothing her with gentle movement. Draco watched with a look that held both wonder and calm acceptance, as though he was witnessing something sacred yet entirely real. "She's changing," he murmured. Hermione nodded. "So are we." The words felt natural, not heavy. Change no longer frightened her the way it once had. It felt like growth rather than loss. As the morning progressed, the room slowly filled with life. Soft sounds from the corridor filtered in, distant and unintrusive. Hermione noticed how different everything felt now. The walls no longer seemed confining. Instead, they felt protective, like a quiet shelter where something important was being nurtured. Draco helped her sit more comfortably, careful and unhurried. Their movements together had become almost instinctive, guided by unspoken understanding rather than instruction. She accepted his help without hesitation, no longer mistaking independence for isolation. At one point, she studied him closely, noticing the calm in his expression. "You're steady," she said. He considered her words. "I feel like I finally know where I'm meant to be." The sincerity in his voice made her chest tighten. She had spent so much of her life searching for certainty in knowledge, in plans, in preparation. Now she was learning that some truths only revealed themselves when you stopped searching and allowed yourself to be present. The child shifted again, and Hermione smiled softly. Her movements were confident now, guided by intuition rather than doubt. She did not question herself as she once might have. She simply responded. Draco watched her with something close to reverence. He had seen many versions of strength, but this was unlike anything he had known. It was quiet, steady, and deeply rooted. "You're not afraid anymore," he said gently. She thought about it. "I still am," she admitted. "But it doesn't control me." He nodded, understanding completely. The hours passed with a gentle rhythm. Hermione rested when she needed to, spoke when she wished, and simply existed in the moments in between. Draco remained close, sometimes speaking, sometimes silent, always present. When afternoon arrived, the light shifted again, casting long shadows across the room. Hermione watched them move slowly, feeling time stretch in a way that felt generous rather than heavy. She glanced at Draco. "Do you ever think about what comes after this?" He considered her question carefully. "Sometimes," he said, "but I'm trying not to rush it." She smiled faintly. "Me too." There was comfort in knowing they were both learning how to move forward without forcing the path ahead. The child slept peacefully, her presence anchoring them both. Hermione felt a quiet gratitude settle over her. Not the kind that demanded expression, but the kind that simply existed, steady and warm. As evening approached, the air shifted again. The castle seemed to settle into itself, as though acknowledging the close of another day. Hermione felt the familiar pull of tiredness, but it no longer felt overwhelming. It felt earned. Draco noticed and moved closer, adjusting the pillows behind her. Their hands brushed, lingered, and then rested together without hesitation. The touch felt natural, grounding, and full of unspoken reassurance. "You don't have to hold everything on your own anymore," he said quietly. She looked at him, really looked, and saw not expectation or pressure but presence. "I know," she replied. The realization settled deeply within her. She had spent so long carrying responsibility alone that she had forgotten what it felt like to share the weight. Now it felt possible. As the light outside faded, the room grew softer, wrapped in gentle shadow. Hermione closed her eyes for a moment, listening to the steady breathing of the child and the quiet presence beside her. When she opened them again, she felt something shift inside her. Not dramatically, not loudly, but firmly. A sense of belonging took root, not tied to a place or a role, but to the people beside her. "I think I understand now," she said softly. Draco turned to her. "Understand what? What it means to stay?" He didn't respond immediately. Instead, he reached for her hand, his grip warm and steady. "I'm here," he said simply. That was enough. The night deepened, wrapping the room in calm. Outside, the world continued on, unaware of the quiet transformation unfolding within these walls. Inside, something enduring was taking shape. Not a promise spoken aloud, not a future mapped in certainty, but a shared willingness to move forward together. Hermione rested back, her breathing slow and even. The child slept peacefully between them, surrounded by warmth and care. And in that stillness, with no need for words or reassurance, they remained together. Not because they had to, but because they chose to. And that choice, simple and steady, felt like the beginning of something that would last. Morning arrived without urgency, easing its way into the room like a quiet promise. The pale light touched the stone walls gently, as though even the sun understood the need for softness. Hermione stirred slowly, her awareness returning in layers rather than all at once. She felt warmth first, then breath, then the familiar weight of the child resting against her. She did not move immediately. She allowed herself to exist in the stillness, listening to the rhythm of life around her. The steady rise and fall of the child's breathing. The faint presence of Draco nearby. The distant hush of the castle waking beyond thick walls. When she finally opened her eyes, she felt calm. Not the fragile calm she had known before, but something steadier. Something that felt earned. Draco was awake, seated close enough that their knees nearly touched. He wasn't watching the door or the window. He was watching her. When their eyes met, he offered a small, familiar smile. "You look rested," he said quietly. She considered the thought. "I think I am." He nodded, as though that was exactly what he had hoped to hear. The child stirred faintly, making a soft sound that drew both their attention. Hermione adjusted her hold, her movements instinctive now. There was no hesitation, no uncertainty. Her body seemed to know exactly what to do. Draco watched, something warm and steady in his expression. "You're more at ease," he said. "I feel like I finally caught up with myself," she replied. The words surprised her with their truth. For so long, she had been moving ahead of her own emotions, racing through responsibility without stopping to feel. Now, for the first time in a long while, she felt present in her own skin. The morning unfolded slowly. Light shifted across the floor as time passed, and the room filled with a quiet sense of continuity. Nothing rushed them. Nothing demanded immediate action. A healer came and went, offering reassurance and gentle encouragement. Hermione listened attentively, asking thoughtful questions, absorbing knowledge not from anxiety but from care. Draco remained nearby, attentive but relaxed, no longer bracing for something to go wrong. When they were alone again, Hermione leaned back slightly, exhaling. "It's strange," she said. "What is?" "How normal this feels." He smiled faintly. "Maybe that's the point." She nodded slowly. Normal did not mean dull or small. It meant safe. It meant stable. It meant something she could build from rather than escape. The child slept peacefully, her presence a quiet constant. Hermione found herself watching her with a softened gaze, not analyzing or worrying, simply observing. She felt a warmth in her chest that had nothing to do with pride or fear. It was connection, pure and uncomplicated. Draco noticed her expression. "You're thinking again." She smiled slightly. "I always am." "Is it a heavy thought?" She shook her head. "No, just realizing how much has changed." He studied her for a moment. "And how does that feel?" She considered carefully. "Like I've stepped into a life I didn't know I was allowed to want." The honesty of the moment hung between them. Draco did not look away. "You're allowed," he said simply. The words settled deep within her. She had spent so much of her life believing she needed permission to rest, to hope, to choose happiness. Hearing that she was allowed felt like a door opening quietly inside her. As the day progressed, Hermione found herself sitting up more easily, shifting without discomfort. Draco helped when she needed it, but increasingly she needed less. She noticed the change and felt a quiet pride. The child woke briefly, eyes fluttering before settling again. Hermione smiled, brushing her thumb gently along the small curve of her hand. "She's already teaching me things," she said softly. Draco raised an eyebrow. "Like what?" "Patience. Presence. Trust." He nodded, thoughtful. "She's good at that." They shared a quiet moment, one that felt unhurried and whole. Later, as the light began to fade again, Hermione felt a familiar tiredness settle in, but it no longer carried weight or worry. It was the natural end of a full day, nothing more. Draco moved closer, helping her shift into a more comfortable position. Their movements were easy now, practiced without effort. She leaned slightly into him, not out of need but out of comfort. He did not pull away. Instead, he adjusted just enough to support her, his presence steady and grounding. "You don't have to hold yourself so tightly anymore," he murmured. She let out a slow breath. "I know." The realization felt like a release. She had spent so long bracing for impact that she had forgotten how to rest without guilt. Now she allowed herself to simply be. The room grew quieter as evening deepened. Shadows stretched gently across the walls, softening the edges of everything they touched. Hermione closed her eyes for a moment, listening to the steady rhythm of 2 breaths beside her. When she opened them again, she felt a sense of certainty she had not known before. Not certainty about the future, but about the present. About where she was and who she was with. "I think I finally understand what peace feels like," she said quietly. Draco looked at her, his expression calm and sure. "You deserve it." The words settled over her like a warm blanket. She believed them. Outside, the world continued in its endless motion, unaware of the quiet transformation taking place within these walls. Inside, something lasting was forming. Not built on grand declarations or dramatic moments, but on patience, presence, and choice. Hermione rested back, the child nestled safely against her, Draco close enough that she could feel his warmth. There was no need to speak. Everything that mattered had already been said. As night fully claimed the sky, the room grew still. The kind of stillness that did not feel empty, but full. Full of breath, of connection, of quiet promise. They remained there together, not bound by obligation or fear, but by something gentler and far stronger. A shared understanding that whatever the future held, they would meet it side by side. And in that quiet certainty, something deep and unshakable took root, ready to grow with time. Morning arrived with a softer light than before, filtered through thin clouds that dulled the sharpness of the sky. The world beyond the windows felt distant, almost suspended, as if it were giving them space to breathe. Hermione woke slowly, not startled by dreams or thoughts, but by a quiet awareness settling into her bones. The child slept against her, warm and still, her small chest rising and falling in a gentle rhythm. Hermione watched her for a long moment, absorbing the simple miracle of her existence. There was something grounding about this stillness, something that eased the edges of thought and feeling alike. Draco was nearby, seated where he had been so often that it now felt natural, expected. He had not moved much during the night, though he looked rested in a way that surprised her. When he noticed her eyes open, his expression softened immediately. "You're awake," he said quietly. She nodded. "I didn't want to rush it." He understood what she meant without needing more explanation. There was no hurry here. No urgency pressing at their backs. Time felt patient, almost kind. Hermione shifted slightly, adjusting the child with careful hands. Her body still carried the memory of strain, but it no longer frightened her. It was simply part of her now, a reminder of what she had endured and what she had brought into the world. Draco stood and came closer, kneeling beside her. His movements were unhurried, thoughtful. He didn't reach for her immediately, but his presence itself felt supportive, steady. "You seem lighter," he said. She considered that. "I feel like I've stopped holding my breath." His expression softened further. "That's good." They sat together in silence for a while, the kind that didn't demand words. The castle around them felt distant, muted by the quiet intimacy of the room. Even the air seemed to move more slowly. Eventually, the child stirred, making a soft sound that drew both their attention. Hermione adjusted her instinctively, her hands moving with gentle certainty. Draco watched closely, his gaze filled with something warm and reverent. "She knows you," he murmured. Hermione smiled faintly. "I think she always has." There was no need to explain. Some things were felt rather than understood. As the morning unfolded, Hermione noticed how natural everything felt. She no longer questioned each movement or second-guessed her instincts. Her body guided her, and she trusted it. That trust felt like a quiet victory. A healer came by briefly, offering reassurance and observing without fuss. Her presence was calm, respectful, and when she left, the room felt unchanged, as though nothing could disrupt the peace that had settled there. Draco helped Hermione shift so she could rest more comfortably. Their movements together were easy now, shaped by familiarity rather than careful instruction. She didn't feel fragile anymore. She felt capable. "You're getting stronger," he said. She smiled softly. "I can feel it." The child slept on, undisturbed by the world around her. Hermione found herself studying her tiny features, noticing details she hadn't before. The gentle curve of her cheek, the faint crease between her brows. Each discovery filled her with a quiet wonder that defied words. "I never imagined this," she admitted quietly. Draco tilted his head. "What part?" "All of it." She paused. "But especially how right it feels." He met her gaze, something steady and certain reflected there. Some things don't need planning. That thought lingered with her. For someone who had built her life around preparation and foresight, accepting that truth felt strangely freeing. The hours passed without urgency. Light shifted across the room, touching stone and skin alike. Hermione rested when she needed to, spoke when she wished, and remained quiet when silence felt more honest. At one point, she watched Draco as he stood near the window, looking out at the distant grounds. He seemed thoughtful but not burdened. She realized then that he too was changing. The sharp edges of his past had softened, replaced by something steadier and more sincere. "What are you thinking about?" she asked. He turned to her, considering. "About how different things feel now." She smiled faintly. "Better." "Yes," he said without hesitation. The certainty in his voice warmed her. She had spent years doubting, analyzing, second-guessing. Now, she found comfort in simplicity. As afternoon deepened, Hermione felt a gentle tiredness settle in. Not exhaustion, but the kind of fatigue that comes from growth. She leaned back slightly, and Draco adjusted her pillow without being asked. Their hands brushed, then lingered. The contact felt natural, grounding, unremarkable in the best possible way. "You don't have to carry everything alone," he said quietly. She met his gaze. "I know." The realization no longer frightened her. It steadied her. The child stirred briefly, then settled again, her breathing soft and even. Hermione watched her with a tender smile, feeling a deep sense of belonging settle in her chest. "I think she feels it too," she whispered. Draco nodded. "She does." As evening approached, the room filled with a gentle stillness. The world outside seemed distant, almost unreal, as though this quiet space existed outside of time. Hermione closed her eyes for a moment, listening to the soft sounds around her. When she opened them again, she felt a clarity she had not known before. "This feels like the beginning of something real," she said softly. Draco met her gaze, his expression calm and certain. "It is." They did not need to define it. The truth was already there, settling into place with quiet confidence. As night descended once more, the room dimmed, and the shadows softened. Hermione rested back, the child safe in her arms, Draco close enough that she could feel the warmth of his presence. Nothing felt rushed. Nothing felt uncertain. For the first time in a long while, The future did not feel like something to fear or control. It felt like something they could step into together, slowly and intentionally. And as the darkness deepened outside, something gentle and enduring took shape within them. A sense of belonging not bound by words or promises, but by shared breath, shared silence, and the quiet certainty that they were no longer walking alone. The morning unfolded with a quiet certainty, as though the world itself had settled into a gentler rhythm. Light filtered softly through the tall windows, touching the stone walls without urgency. Hermione stirred slowly, not waking all at once but drifting upward from sleep in calm layers. Her body felt heavy in a comforting way, grounded rather than exhausted. She became aware of the warmth against her side and the steady breath of the child resting there. The small weight felt familiar now, no longer startling or overwhelming. It felt right. She inhaled deeply, letting the calm sink into her chest before opening her eyes. Draco was there, as he always seemed to be now. Not hovering, not watching anxiously, just present. He sat nearby with his hands loosely folded, gaze soft and thoughtful. When he noticed her stir, he looked up and offered a quiet smile. "You slept," he said gently. She nodded. "I did." There was something grounding in how easily the words came. No explanation was needed. Sleep was no longer something she had to fight for or earn. It simply came when her body needed it. The child shifted slightly, making a small sound that drew Hermione's attention. She adjusted her hold instinctively, her movements fluid and unforced. The motion felt natural now, as though her body remembered something ancient and instinctive. Draco watched her with an expression that held both calm and wonder. "You're different," he said softly. She tilted her head. "Different how?" "Lighter," he replied after a moment. "Not less serious. Just steadier." Hermione considered that. "I think I finally stopped bracing myself for something to go wrong." He nodded slowly. "You don't have to anymore." The words didn't feel like a promise or a guarantee. They felt like an understanding. The morning passed gently. A healer came briefly, offering reassurance and checking quietly on both mother and child. Hermione listened, asked thoughtful questions, and felt a growing sense of confidence settle into her bones. When the healer left, the room felt unchanged, as though nothing external could disturb the peace that had taken root. Draco moved closer, helping her shift into a more comfortable position. She accepted the help easily, without hesitation or pride. Their movements together felt natural, practiced, as if they had been doing this far longer than they had. "I didn't expect this part to feel so calm," Hermione admitted. He gave a small smile. "Neither did I." They sat in companionable silence for a while. The castle beyond the walls stirred faintly, distant footsteps and echoes barely reaching them. Life continued on, but it felt far away, like a memory rather than a demand. Hermione studied the child's face again, taking in every detail. The soft curve of her cheek. The way her lashes rested against her skin. A quiet warmth bloomed in Hermione's chest, steady and deep. "I used to think love was something loud," she said quietly. Draco glanced at her. "And now I think it's this," she replied. "Quiet. Constant. Something that doesn't need to announce itself." He considered her words, then nodded. "That feels right." The hours passed gently. Hermione rested when she needed to, spoke when she felt like it, and allowed silence to exist without filling it. She felt present in a way she hadn't before, not pulled forward by worry or backward by memory. At one point, she watched Draco standing near the window, the light casting soft shadows across his face. He looked thoughtful but calm, grounded in a way she had rarely seen before. "You seem at peace," she said. He turned to her, surprised by the observation. "I think I am." She smiled faintly. "It suits you." He let out a quiet breath, as if something within him had finally settled. The child stirred again, and Hermione adjusted her gently, her movements unhurried and confident. Draco stepped closer, watching the small interaction with quiet reverence. "She knows you," he said softly. Hermione looked down, her expression tender. "I think she always has." That thought filled her with warmth. She no longer questioned whether she was enough. The doubt that once lingered at the edges of her mind had softened into something manageable, something that no longer controlled her. As the afternoon wore on, the light shifted again, painting the room in warm tones. Hermione felt a pleasant tiredness settle over her, not heavy but soothing. She leaned back slightly, and Draco adjusted her pillows without being asked. Their hands brushed, lingered, and remained together without thought. The touch felt natural, grounding, unremarkable in the best way. "You don't have to be strong all the time," he murmured. She looked at him, really looked, and nodded. "I know." The realization felt like a quiet release. She had spent so long equating strength with endurance, with silence. Now she understood that strength could also mean allowing herself to rest, to lean, to trust. The room grew quieter as evening approached. Shadows stretched softly across the floor, and the air seemed to settle. Hermione closed her eyes for a moment, listening to the gentle rhythm of breathing around her. When she opened them again, she felt calm in a way she had never known before. Not numb, not detached, just whole. "I don't feel like I'm waiting anymore," she said softly. Draco looked at her, curious. "For what?" "For my life to start." Understanding crossed his face. "It already has." The words resonated deeply. She felt them settle into her chest, warm and steady. As night slowly descended, the room dimmed into softness. Hermione rested back, the child sleeping peacefully against her, Draco close enough that his presence felt like a quiet anchor. There was no urgency, no need to define anything further. What mattered was already here. Outside, the world continued its endless motion, unaware of the quiet transformation taking place within these walls. Inside, something strong and enduring was forming, built not on fear or expectation, but on patience, trust, and choice. They remained together in the stillness, breathing in time with one another, allowing the moment to exist exactly as it was. And in that gentle quiet, something deeper settled into place. Not an ending, not even a beginning, just a continuation. The day began with a subtle shift in the air, almost imperceptible but unmistakable once felt. Hermione noticed it as she woke, a sense of movement beyond the walls that no longer felt threatening or urgent. It felt like readiness. The light filtering through the windows carried a brighter clarity, as though the castle itself had turned a page. She lay still for a moment, listening. The child slept peacefully against her, breath steady and warm. That simple rhythm anchored her, keeping her grounded in the present. She no longer woke with a rush of thoughts, or the need to immediately assess her surroundings. Instead, she allowed herself to simply be. Draco was standing near the window, looking out across the grounds. He did not seem tense or distant. His posture was relaxed, shoulders easy, as though the weight he had once carried had finally eased. When he sensed her watching him, he turned. "You're awake," he said, not surprised, just aware. "I am," she replied. "It feels like a different kind of morning." He considered that. "I was thinking the same thing." He moved closer, careful not to disturb the child. Hermione shifted slightly, adjusting her hold with instinctive ease. The motion felt natural now, like a language her body had always known. "What were you thinking about?" she asked. "The world," he said after a moment. "And how it doesn't feel quite so heavy anymore." She smiled faintly. "Maybe we changed." "Maybe," he agreed. The morning progressed slowly, but with purpose. Hermione found herself sitting up more comfortably, her movements surer than before. Draco helped when needed, but more often than not, she found she needed less help than she expected. That realization brought a quiet satisfaction, not rooted in pride but in confidence. A healer came by briefly, her presence calm and respectful. She observed, asked gentle questions, and nodded approvingly at the steady progress. When she left, Hermione felt something shift inside her. Not relief, but readiness. "I think I'm almost ready to leave this room," Hermione said quietly. Draco looked at her, searching her face. "Only when you want to." "I know," she said. "And I think I want to soon." The words surprised her with their certainty. She had not realized how much she had already begun to look forward rather than inward. The child stirred lightly, and Hermione soothed her with gentle movement. Draco watched, something warm and proud flickering across his expression. He had stopped marveling at the miracle of her existence and started accepting it as truth. That acceptance felt important, grounding. As the hours passed, Hermione felt herself growing more alert, more engaged with the space around her. She noticed the texture of the stone walls, the way the light shifted as clouds passed overhead, the distant sounds of life continuing beyond their quiet refuge. None of it overwhelmed her. It felt like an invitation rather than a demand. At one point, Draco brought a chair closer so they could sit side by side. The closeness felt easy, unforced. They did not need to fill the space with conversation. Their silence carried understanding. "I used to think I had to earn peace," Hermione said eventually. Draco glanced at her. "How so?" "By finishing everything. Solving everything. Proving something. And now?" She looked down at the child, her expression soft. "Now I think peace comes when you stop fighting yourself." He nodded slowly. "That sounds right." The child slept on, unaware of the quiet revelations unfolding around her. Hermione felt a warmth in her chest that was steady and deep, not sharp or overwhelming. It was the kind of feeling that settled rather than surged. As afternoon approached, Hermione felt strong enough to stand briefly with Draco's support. The movement was slow and careful, but she felt capable. When she settled back down, she was breathing a little harder, but she was smiling. "You did well," Draco said. "So did you," she replied. He raised an eyebrow. "For staying," she added. The word carried meaning beyond the obvious. Draco did not deflect it. He nodded once, accepting the truth of it. The light softened again as evening drew near. Hermione felt tired, but it was the kind of tiredness that came with progress rather than strain. She rested back, the child nestled securely against her. Draco remained close, his presence steady and reassuring. "I think things will be different now," Hermione said quietly. Draco considered her words. "Different doesn't scare me anymore." She smiled. "Me neither." The castle grew quieter as night settled. Shadows stretched gently across the room, softening edges and slowing time. Hermione closed her eyes briefly, letting the calm sink in. When she opened them again, she felt something clear and undeniable settle within her. This was no longer just recovery. It was transition. "I'm ready to step forward," she said softly. Draco met her gaze, his expression calm and certain. "Whenever you are, I'll be there." The promise was not dramatic or grand. It did not need to be. It was enough that it was real. The child slept peacefully, her presence a constant reminder of what mattered most. Hermione felt a quiet gratitude settle over her. Not loud or overwhelming, just present. Outside, the world continued its endless motion, unaware of the quiet strength forming within these walls. Inside, something steady and enduring was taking shape, built not on fear or obligation, but on choice and trust. They remained together as the night deepened, unhurried and unafraid. There was no need to rush the future or cling to the past. Everything that mattered was already here, breathing softly between them. And as sleep slowly reclaimed the room, Hermione understood something she had never truly known before. Peace was not the absence of struggle. It was the presence of purpose. The morning carried a different energy from the moment Hermione opened her eyes. It was subtle but unmistakable, a sense of movement waiting just beyond the stillness. The light filtering through the windows felt clearer, less hesitant, as if the day itself expected something to happen. She lay quietly for a while, listening to the steady breathing of the child resting against her. That rhythm had become the center of everything. It anchored her thoughts and steadied her heart. She no longer woke with uncertainty pressing against her chest. Instead, she woke with awareness. Draco was already awake. He stood near the window, not watching for danger or distraction, but simply observing the grounds below. When Hermione shifted slightly, he turned at once, his attention settling on her without effort. "How do you feel?" he asked softly. She took a moment before answering, checking in with herself honestly. "Ready," she said. The word surprised them both. Draco studied her face, not questioning, just listening. "Ready for what?" he asked. "To leave this room," Hermione replied. "Not today, maybe. But soon." A faint smile touched his expression. "I thought you might say that." The child stirred gently, responding to the shift in Hermione's voice. She adjusted her with calm confidence, movements smooth and sure. There was no trace of hesitation now. The fear that once lived in every careful motion had faded into trust. The hours passed with a quiet sense of preparation. Hermione found herself sitting upright for longer stretches, her strength returning in steady increments. Draco remained close but unobtrusive, stepping in only when she needed support. They had found a rhythm that belonged only to them. A healer arrived mid-morning, offering a longer visit this time. She spoke with reassurance and approval, noting the progress with clear satisfaction. Hermione listened carefully, not with anxious intensity, but with curiosity and calm. When the healer mentioned the possibility of moving to a quieter suite within the castle in the coming days, Hermione felt no fear. Only anticipation. After the healer left, Hermione exhaled slowly. I think I'm ready to see more than these walls again. Draco nodded. The world will still be there when you are. That simple reassurance meant more than he likely realized. Hermione had spent so long pushing herself forward that she had forgotten how powerful it could be to move at her own pace. As the afternoon approached, Hermione asked Draco to help her stand again. This time, she remained upright a little longer, her legs steady beneath her. She looked around the room from this new perspective, seeing it not as a place of confinement, but as a place she had outgrown. You did it, Draco said quietly. So did you, she replied. He raised an eyebrow, curious. You believed I could, she added. That truth settled between them, unspoken but deeply felt. The child slept peacefully, undisturbed by the gentle changes unfolding around her. Hermione looked down at her, a soft smile forming without thought. She realized then that her fear of the outside world had lessened not because it had become safer, but because she had become stronger. Later, as the light shifted toward evening, Hermione felt a surge of emotion that caught her off guard. She sat quietly for a moment, breathing through it, then spoke. I don't feel like I'm hiding anymore, she said. Draco looked at her intently. From what? From life, she answered. From choosing it fully. He nodded slowly. Neither do I. There was a shared understanding there, one built not on words but on experience. They had both survived things that had reshaped them. Now they were learning how to live after survival. As evening settled, Hermione rested back against the pillows, the child nestled securely against her. Draco sat beside her, close enough that their shoulders nearly touched. The closeness felt natural, no longer something to question or analyze. I used to think change had to hurt to matter, Hermione said softly. And now, Draco asked. Now I think the quiet changes are the ones that last. He smiled at that, something warm and certain in his eyes. The castle grew quieter as night approached. The distant sounds of movement faded, replaced by a deep calm that seemed to settle into the stone itself. Hermione closed her eyes briefly, then opened them again, feeling a clarity she had not known before. I'm not afraid of tomorrow, she said. Draco met her gaze, his voice steady. You don't have to be. The child shifted softly, then settled again, her presence a constant reminder of what mattered most. Hermione felt a deep sense of purpose settle within her, not heavy or overwhelming, but steady and sure. This was no longer about recovery or healing alone. It was about stepping forward into a life reshaped by choice rather than fear. They sat together in the quiet, allowing the moment to exist without rushing it. There was no need to plan every step ahead. The path would reveal itself as they walked it. As the night deepened, Hermione rested back fully, her breathing slow and even. Draco remained close, a quiet anchor beside her. Outside, the world waited. Inside, something strong and enduring had already begun to move forward. Morning arrived without urgency, as though the castle itself understood the need for gentleness. Hermione woke slowly, her thoughts clear and unburdened. The child lay nestled against her, warm and steady, a presence that no longer felt new, but deeply familiar. That familiarity brought comfort rather than routine. Each breath reminded her that this life was real and continuing. Draco sat nearby, reading quietly. He looked up when she stirred, his expression soft with recognition rather than concern. You slept well, he said. I did, Hermione replied. Better than I have in a long time. She shifted slightly, testing her body with awareness rather than caution. The strength she felt surprised her, not because it was sudden, but because it felt earned. The lingering ache had faded into something manageable, something she trusted herself to navigate. Draco set the book aside and moved closer. Do you want to try walking again later? Yes, she answered without hesitation. The certainty in her voice startled her just a little. She realized she had crossed an invisible line sometime during the night. Fear no longer held the same authority. It still existed, but it no longer dictated her choices. The morning passed with quiet conversation and shared glances. They spoke of simple things, the changing weather, the quiet hum of activity elsewhere in the castle, the way time seemed to stretch and soften around them. There was no need to revisit the past or rush toward the future. The present was enough. When the healer returned, Hermione greeted her with calm confidence. She listened carefully as they spoke, asking thoughtful questions, engaging fully rather than passively. The healer noted her strength, both physical and emotional, with clear approval. "You're doing very well," the healer said. "At this pace, you may be able to move to a private suite sooner than expected." Hermione nodded, absorbing the information without anxiety. "Thank you," she said sincerely. After the healer left, Hermione leaned back, exhaling slowly. "I didn't realize how much I needed to hear that." Draco smiled. "You've done the hard part already." She considered that. "So have you." The child stirred gently, her small movements instinctive and calm. Hermione adjusted her with ease, her hands sure and practiced. She no longer worried about doing something wrong. Trust had replaced doubt. Later, with Draco's support, Hermione stood again. This time, she took a few slow steps. Each movement was deliberate but not strained. She focused on balance, on breath, on the quiet strength in her legs. When she reached the window, she paused, resting her hand against the stone. The view felt different from this angle. The ground stretched wide and open, no longer distant or unreachable. She felt a pull toward that openness, not impatience, but invitation. "You're steady," Draco said. "I know," she replied, surprised by the confidence in her own voice. When she returned to sit, there was a quiet sense of accomplishment that settled over her. Not triumph, but readiness. As afternoon faded toward evening, Hermione found herself reflecting on how much had changed without her noticing. There had been no single moment of transformation, no dramatic shift. Instead, it had been a series of quiet choices, each one building on the last. "I think I understand something now," she said softly. Draco looked at her, attentive. "What is it?" "I spent so much of my life preparing for battles," she said. "Even when there wasn't one. I thought that was what strength meant." "And now," he prompted. "Now I think strength is choosing peace when you're allowed to." He nodded slowly, his expression thoughtful. "That's not an easy lesson." "No," she agreed. "But it's worth learning." The child slept through the conversation, her small chest rising and falling in quiet rhythm. Hermione watched her for a moment, feeling a depth of emotion that did not overwhelm her. It grounded her. As night approached, the room filled with soft shadows. The castle settled into its evening stillness, the distant sounds of life fading into quiet. Hermione rested back, her body pleasantly tired. "I don't feel like I'm waiting anymore," she said after a moment. "For what?" Draco asked. "For permission," she answered. The word lingered between them, heavy with meaning. Draco did not dismiss it or question it. He understood. "You don't need anyone's permission," he said. She smiled faintly. "I know that now." The realization felt liberating, not because it removed responsibility, but because it returned it to her. She felt capable of choosing her path without fear of misstep. The child stirred again, then settled, her presence a quiet promise rather than a fragile concern. Hermione felt a sense of purpose settle within her, not urgent or demanding, but steady and enduring. As the night deepened, Draco remained close, his presence a constant reassurance. They did not speak much. Words were no longer necessary to affirm what they shared. Hermione closed her eyes briefly, then opened them again, feeling clarity settle in her mind. She was no longer defined by what she had survived. She was defined by what she chose next. Tomorrow no longer felt uncertain. It felt open. And for the first time in a long while, that openness felt like freedom rather than risk. The transition began quietly before Hermione fully realized it was happening. It was not marked by a grand announcement or a sudden change of scenery. Instead, it unfolded through small decisions that accumulated into something larger. She woke that morning with a sense of intention that felt steady rather than urgent. The child lay beside her calm and alert, her eyes open and curious, as if sensing the shift as well. Hermione studied her for a long moment, feeling something new take shape inside her. It was not fear or awe, but responsibility paired with confidence. She no longer wondered if she was ready. She knew she was becoming ready through action. Draco entered the room carrying a tray of breakfast. His movements were unhurried and familiar. When he noticed Hermione watching him, he paused and smiled faintly. "You look like you are planning something," he said. "Maybe I am," she replied. He set the tray down and sat beside her. "Should I be worried?" "No," she said softly. "I think you should be prepared." He considered that with quiet amusement. "For what?" "For change," she answered. The word settled between them without tension. Change had once been something they both resisted in different ways. Now it felt like a shared direction rather than an external force. Hermione ate slowly, listening to the sounds of the castle beyond the walls. She noticed how those sounds no longer felt distant. They felt connected to her again. When she finished, she shifted carefully and asked Draco to help her stand. This time she did not hesitate. Her legs held firm beneath her. She took a breath, steadying herself, then began to walk. Each step felt purposeful. She crossed the room without needing to stop, resting briefly at the doorway. The threshold seemed symbolic in a way she did not overthink. "You did that easily," Draco said. "I know," she replied with a small smile. They did not speak further as she returned to sit. There was no need to celebrate the moment loudly. It belonged to her, and that was enough. Later that morning, a decision was made without ceremony. The healer returned, and after observing Hermione for some time, nodded with quiet approval. The private suite was ready when she wished to move. Hermione did not ask for more time. She nodded once and said she was ready now. The words felt right as soon as she spoke them. The move itself was gentle and unhurried. Hermione held the child close as they walked through the corridors. The castle felt different from this perspective. Less imposing, more familiar. She had walked these halls countless times, but never like this. Not with purpose rooted in care rather than conflict. Draco walked beside her, attentive, but not hovering. He trusted her strength, and she trusted his presence. When they reached the new rooms, Hermione paused at the doorway. The space was larger, filled with light and quiet warmth. It felt open rather than isolating. She stepped inside without hesitation. The room did not overwhelm her. It welcomed her. Hermione felt something loosen in her chest as she settled into the new space. The child stirred softly, responding to the shift, and Hermione soothed her instinctively. "This feels right," she said. Draco nodded. "It does." The rest of the day passed in quiet adjustment. Hermione arranged the space in small ways, moving closer to the window, choosing where to sit, where to rest. Each choice reinforced the same truth. She was no longer recovering. She was living. In the afternoon, she found herself standing at the window, looking out across the grounds. The world beyond felt reachable again. Not immediately, perhaps, but soon. The idea no longer frightened her. It called to her. "I think I want to go outside in a few days," she said without turning. Draco did not question her. "When you are ready." "I am getting there," she replied. He joined her at the window, and they stood together in shared silence. There was no pressure to define what came next. The path would unfold naturally as long as they continued to choose it. As evening approached, Hermione felt a familiar tiredness settle into her body. It was the kind that followed effort and progress, not strain. She rested with the child close, feeling grounded in the present moment. "I used to believe my worth came from what I could endure," she said quietly. Draco listened without interrupting. "But now I think it comes from what I protect," she continued. He glanced down at the child, then back at Hermione. "That changes everything." "Yes," she said. "It really does." The realization did not bring fear. It brought clarity. Hermione felt more herself than she had in years. Not the version shaped by conflict or expectation, but the one shaped by choice. Night fell slowly, casting the room in soft shadows. Hermione lay back, listening to the gentle sounds of breathing beside her. The castle outside continued its quiet rhythm. She felt no urgency to keep watch or prepare. This was not a pause between battles. This was the beginning of something sustained. Before sleep claimed her, Hermione spoke one final thought. "I think I am ready to be seen again," she said. Draco met her gaze, his expression calm and certain. "You already are." The words settled deeply. Hermione closed her eyes with a sense of peace that did not feel fragile. It felt earned. The child slept between them, her presence steady and grounding. Hermione understood then that the future would not be built on dramatic moments or grand gestures. It would be built on days like this. Quiet, intentional, and full of meaning. And as sleep finally came, she welcomed it not as escape but as rest. The first morning in the new rooms felt like a quiet declaration. Hermione woke before the light fully settled into the space, and for a moment she simply lay there listening. The air felt different here, open and unguarded. The child lay nearby awake, and calm, her gaze steady and curious. Hermione reached for her without hesitation, feeling a sense of rightness settle into her chest. Draco was asleep in the chair near the window, his posture relaxed in a way Hermione had rarely seen before. She watched him for a moment, noticing the absence of tension in his face. It struck her then that safety had become mutual. They were no longer guarding each other against the world. They were sharing it. She shifted slowly, sitting up with ease. Her body responded without protest, and that alone felt like a victory she did not need to name. The child made a soft sound, and Hermione smiled instinctively, soothing her with gentle movement. There was no rush, no fear of doing something wrong. She trusted herself now in ways she had not before. The light grew stronger as morning progressed, painting the room in soft warmth. When Draco stirred, he did so naturally without alarm. He looked up and met Hermione's gaze immediately, as if he had been aware of her presence even in sleep. "You look settled," he said quietly. "I feel settled," she replied. The simplicity of the exchange carried weight. They were no longer narrating survival. They were acknowledging stability. They spent the morning in easy routine. Hermione moved around the room with growing confidence, tending to the child, adjusting the space to suit them both. Draco assisted when needed, but more often he observed, letting Hermione take the lead. There was a balance forming between them that felt unforced and equal. At one point, Hermione stood by the window watching the grounds below. Students passed through the paths, their laughter faint but present. Life continued beyond these walls, and for the first time she did not feel separated from it. She felt part of it again. "I want to walk outside today," she said. Draco paused, then nodded slowly. "Are you sure?" "Yes," she answered without doubt. They did not rush the decision. Preparation was careful and respectful. Hermione wrapped the child securely against her and took a moment to steady herself. The anticipation she felt was not fear but awareness. This step mattered. The corridors felt wide and welcoming as they moved through them. Hermione noticed details she had not paid attention to before: the texture of stone, the way light curved along the walls, the soft echoes of movement. Each step felt grounded and intentional. When they reached the doors leading outside, Hermione paused. She took a breath, feeling the weight of the moment not as pressure, but as significance. Draco remained beside her, close but not controlling. When the doors opened, the fresh air met her gently. It was cool and clean, carrying the scent of earth and growth. Hermione stepped forward without hesitation. The ground beneath her feet felt solid and real. She stood there for a moment, letting the world greet her. The child stirred, responding to the change, and Hermione adjusted her instinctively. She felt no fear, no need to retreat. The outside no longer represented danger. It represented possibility. They walked slowly along a familiar path. Hermione set the pace, and Draco matched it easily. The sky above was clear and open. She lifted her face toward it, feeling warmth and light settle into her bones. "I forgot how alive this feels," she said. "You did not forget," Draco replied. "You were just waiting." They walked in silence for a while. Hermione noticed the way her breath aligned with her steps, the way her body moved with confidence rather than caution. The child rested peacefully against her, a steady presence that anchored every moment. When they returned inside, Hermione felt tired but fulfilled. It was the kind of exhaustion that came from engagement, not strain. She rested back in the room, feeling something shift permanently within her. That afternoon, visitors arrived quietly. Not crowds, not ceremony, just familiar faces offering gentle presence. Hermione greeted them without anxiety. She did not feel the need to perform or reassure. She was present as she was, and that was enough. As evening approached, Hermione reflected on the day with quiet satisfaction. She had crossed a boundary she once thought unreachable. Not through force or determination alone, but through trust. "I think today changed something," she said softly. Draco looked at her attentively. "I do not feel like I am returning to life," she continued. "I feel like I am continuing it." He nodded slowly. "That is the difference." The child slept through the conversation, her breathing even and calm. Hermione watched her with a sense of gratitude that did not overwhelm her. It grounded her, reminding her why every step forward mattered. As night settled, Hermione rested comfortably, her body relaxed, her mind clear. She no longer replayed past fears or rehearsed future worries. She was fully present in the moment. Before sleep, she spoke again, her voice steady and sure. "I am not afraid of what comes next." Draco met her gaze, his expression unwavering. "Neither am I." The words did not promise certainty. They promised readiness. Hermione closed her eyes with a sense of peace that felt strong and enduring. The world outside continued its quiet rhythm. Inside, something new had taken root. Not fragile, not fleeting, but resilient and real. This was not the end of healing. It was the beginning of living fully. The days that followed unfolded with a steady rhythm that felt both new and familiar. Hermione woke each morning with a sense of grounding that no longer surprised her. The child greeted the world with quiet alertness, her presence shaping the pace of everything else. Hermione noticed how naturally her days now revolved around care rather than caution. She moved through the rooms with ease, tending to small routines that gave structure to time. Each action felt purposeful, not because it was urgent, but because it mattered. Draco remained close, not out of obligation but choice. Their conversations were unforced, often drifting into thoughtful silence that felt complete on its own. One morning, Hermione found herself sitting by the window, watching the grounds below once more. Students crossed the lawn, carrying books, laughter floating faintly upward. The sight no longer carried a sense of distance. Instead, it stirred something reflective within her. She had been part of that movement, once defined by ambition and urgency. Now she was part of something quieter, but no less meaningful. Draco joined her, resting his hands on the back of the chair. "You look thoughtful," he said. "I am," she replied. "I was wondering how much of myself I thought I had to give up to become this version of me." "And have you?" he asked. She shook her head slowly. "No, I think I just rearranged what mattered." That realization settled deeply. She had not lost herself. She had refined herself. Later that day, Hermione received a quiet invitation. The headmistress requested a brief visit, not formal, not public, simply an offer to speak. When Hermione felt ready, the message did not fill her with anxiety. It felt like an opening rather than a demand. She considered it for a moment, then nodded. "I think I am ready to talk," she said. Draco did not question her decision. He simply asked, "Would you like me there?" "Not this time," she answered gently. "I need to do this on my own." He accepted that without hesitation, his trust in her strength evident. The meeting took place in a sunlit office filled with calm and familiarity. Hermione held the child close as she entered, feeling no need to shield herself. The conversation that followed was quiet, respectful, and free of expectation. They spoke of recovery, of choice, and of the future, not as obligation but possibility. Hermione did not promise anything she did not yet understand. She simply spoke honestly about where she was and what she valued now. When the meeting ended, Hermione felt lighter, not because anything had been resolved, but because she had been heard without being defined. Returning to the room, she felt a sense of alignment settle into place. Draco looked up as she entered, reading her expression immediately. "It went well," she said. "I knew it would," he replied. That evening, Hermione sat quietly reflecting on the path ahead. She realized that for the first time she was not planning her future around expectation or fear. She was allowing it to unfold in alignment with who she had become. The child slept peacefully against her chest, and Hermione felt a sense of continuity rather than interruption. Motherhood had not replaced her identity. It had expanded it. As days passed, Hermione ventured outside more often. Short walks became longer ones. Each step reinforced her confidence. The grounds no longer felt like a place she had survived. They felt like a place she could belong again. One afternoon, she paused near the lake, watching the surface ripple gently in the breeze. The reflection staring back at her felt unfamiliar, and yet deeply right. She was still herself, but tempered by experience and choice. Draco stood beside her, silent but present. The connection between them no longer needed clarification. It existed in shared glances and mutual respect. "I think I am learning how to live without bracing myself," she said. He smiled faintly. "That takes courage." "So does staying," she replied. The truth of that settled between them without discomfort. As the weeks progressed, Hermione noticed how others responded to her. There was no pity, no expectation, only recognition. She was no longer defined by what she had endured. She was recognized for who she was now. The child grew stronger with each passing day, her presence a constant reminder of growth and continuity. Hermione found joy in small moments, a quiet laugh, a shared glance, a peaceful afternoon. These moments did not demand significance. They carried it naturally. One evening Hermione sat alone after the child had fallen asleep. The room was quiet, filled with soft light and stillness. She reflected on the journey that had brought her here, not with regret, but with understanding. Every step had shaped her into someone capable of choosing peace. She realized then that healing was not about returning to who she had been. It was about allowing herself to become who she was meant to be next. Draco entered quietly, sensing her introspection. She looked up and smiled. "I think I finally understand something," she said. "What is that?" he asked. "I do not need to prove my strength anymore," she replied. "I just need to live it." He nodded, his expression warm and certain. "You already are." As night settled, Hermione rested with a sense of contentment that felt deep and enduring. She no longer measured her days by progress or milestones. She measured them by presence. The future no longer loomed ahead as something to conquer. It waited patiently, ready to be met with clarity and intention. Hermione closed her eyes, feeling the steady rhythm of life around her. The child slept soundly, the castle breathed quietly, and the world beyond continued its gentle motion. She did not rush to meet it. She knew it would be there when she was ready. The change Hermione noticed next was not within herself, but in how time behaved around her. Days no longer blurred together, nor did they rush past in sharp fragments. Each one carried its own shape and tone, as if life had finally slowed enough to be experienced rather than managed. She woke one morning aware of this difference and allowed herself to linger in it. The child lay awake beside her, fingers curling and uncurling with quiet curiosity. Hermione watched her for a while, feeling the gentle pull of connection that no longer startled her. It felt like continuity rather than interruption. She reached out, and the child responded instantly, grounding Hermione in the moment. Draco entered soon after, carrying a familiar calm with him. There was no urgency in his movements, no sense of watchfulness. He greeted them both with a softness that had become second nature. "You look thoughtful again," he said. "I was realizing how different this feels," Hermione replied. "Not the place. The pace." He considered that. "Different can be good." "Yes," she agreed. "It finally is." That day Hermione chose to leave the rooms alone for the first time since the move. The decision came quietly without announcement. She prepared carefully, ensuring the child was settled and safe, then stepped into the corridor with measured confidence. Draco noticed her intention immediately, but did not intervene. He trusted her judgment. The walk through the castle felt familiar yet renewed. Faces passed by, offering warm recognition without scrutiny. Hermione felt no need to explain herself. She was simply present. That alone felt like a milestone. She found herself drawn toward the library without conscious planning. The doors stood open, welcoming rather than imposing. She stepped inside, breathing in the familiar scent of parchment and quiet focus. The space had once defined so much of her identity. Now it greeted her as an old friend rather than a destination. Hermione moved slowly along the shelves, her fingers trailing across spines she had once known by heart. She did not feel the urge to claim ownership or mastery. She felt gratitude. This place had shaped her, but it no longer confined her. She selected a book not out of necessity but curiosity and settled into a chair near the window. The act felt symbolic without being heavy. She was returning to something she loved on her own terms. Time passed gently. Hermione read without pressure, allowing herself to pause whenever her thoughts wandered. When she finally looked up, she realized she felt restored rather than drained. Returning to the room, she found Draco waiting with quiet attentiveness. He looked up and read her expression immediately. "You went to the library," he said. "Yes," she replied. "And," he prompted. "And it felt like home without trapping me," she said with a small smile. That afternoon, Hermione reflected on how much she had feared returning to pieces of her old life. She had worried they would pull her backward. Instead, they felt integrated into who she was becoming. The child stirred more frequently, now responding to voices and movement. Hermione found joy in those small interactions, each one a reminder that growth was ongoing, not something she had to force. As evening approached, Hermione received another quiet invitation, this time from an unexpected source. A former colleague reached out not with obligation or expectation, but simple curiosity. The message carried respect rather than assumption. Hermione considered it carefully. She did not feel pressure to respond immediately. That in itself felt new. When she did answer, she chose honesty over certainty. She expressed openness without commitment. Draco noticed the shift in her posture afterward. "Something on your mind?" he asked. "Yes," she said, "but not in a bad way. It feels like doors opening rather than demands being made." He nodded. "That means you are choosing which ones to walk through." The realization settled comfortably. Hermione was no longer reacting to the world. She was engaging with it intentionally. As night settled, she sat with the child resting against her chest, feeling the steady rhythm of breathing between them. She thought about how much she had changed, not in identity, but in orientation. She no longer measured her worth by productivity or sacrifice. She measured it by presence and alignment. Draco sat nearby, reading quietly, the space between them comfortable and secure. They no longer needed constant conversation to affirm their connection. It existed in shared understanding and mutual respect. "I used to think healing meant closing doors," Hermione said softly. Draco looked up, attentive. "But now I think it means learning how to open them without losing yourself," she continued. He considered that. "That sounds right." The child shifted and Hermione adjusted instinctively, her movements smooth and confident. There was no doubt in her touch now. She trusted herself fully in this role. Later, as the castle grew quiet, Hermione reflected on the path ahead. It no longer felt overwhelming. It felt spacious. She understood that she did not need to map every step in advance. She needed only to remain honest with herself and present with what mattered. Before sleep claimed her, she acknowledged something important. She was no longer healing from the past. She was building from it. The distinction mattered. The world outside continued its gentle rhythm. Opportunities would come, conversations would unfold, and choices would present themselves. Hermione did not fear them. She felt prepared to meet them with clarity rather than defense. As she closed her eyes, the room felt anchored and safe. The child slept peacefully, Draco remained nearby, and the future waited without urgency. For the first time, Hermione did not feel the need to rush toward it or hold it at bay. She was exactly where she needed to be, and that was enough. The quiet that followed felt different from rest. It carried intention. Hermione woke with clarity rather than reflection, her thoughts aligned and steady. The child lay beside her, awake and alert, her small movements calm and purposeful. Hermione felt a deep sense of presence settle over her, not because everything was resolved, but because nothing needed to be escaped. She rose easily, her body responding with trust. Each motion felt like confirmation of a truth she had already accepted. Strength no longer announced itself through effort. It revealed itself through ease. Draco was already awake, standing near the window, watching the early light move across the grounds. When he noticed her, he turned without surprise. "You are up early," he said softly. "So is the world," she replied. They shared a quiet moment, watching the day begin. There was no need to interpret the silence. It belonged to them. Later that morning, Hermione made a choice she had been circling for days. She asked for parchment, not to plan or prepare, but to write. Not research, not strategy. Reflection. The act felt grounding rather than demanding. She wrote without expectation, letting thoughts move freely onto the page. She did not correct or refine. She allowed truth to surface as it was. What emerged surprised her, not because it was dramatic, but because it was simple. She was content. Not complacent, not finished. Content. When she finished, she folded the parchment and set it aside. It was not meant for anyone else. It was a marker, not a message. Draco noticed the shift in her demeanor later, as they sat together in the quiet of the afternoon. "You seem lighter," he observed. "I am," she said. "I think I finally stopped asking myself who I am supposed to be." "And who are you?" she asked gently. She considered the question carefully, then answered without hesitation. "Someone who chooses." The words settled deeply. She did not need to explain further. Draco understood. That afternoon, Hermione received word that the ministry had extended an open invitation, not a summons, not a request, simply an acknowledgement. The timing felt deliberate, but not manipulative. She read the message calmly, then set it aside. Not yet, she said to herself. The ability to say not yet without guilt felt powerful. As the day unfolded, Hermione found herself spending more time observing than doing. She watched the child explore the world with quiet curiosity, responding to sound, light, and presence. Each interaction felt like a reminder that growth did not require force. It required space. Hermione realized then that she had spent much of her life compressing herself into expectations, narrowing her focus to meet external demands. Now she was expanding again, not outward but inward. In the late afternoon, she walked alone through the grounds once more. The path felt familiar, but her steps felt new. She paused beneath a tree, letting the breeze move through her hair. There was no memory attached to this moment, no echo of past urgency. It was entirely her own. She closed her eyes briefly and breathed. The sensation of being alive, present, and unafraid settled into her bones. When she returned, Draco noticed the quiet certainty in her posture. "You found something out there," he said. "Yes," she replied, "I found myself not needing anything." That evening, Hermione gathered a few personal belongings and reorganized the room subtly. Not to claim space, but to align it with who she was now. The changes were small but intentional. Each one reinforced the same truth. She was no longer temporary. The child rested peacefully nearby, her presence, no longer a fragile concern, but a steady companion. Hermione felt no fear about the future she would grow into. She trusted the path they were creating together. As night settled, Hermione spoke something aloud that surprised even her. "I think I am ready to speak when it matters." Draco looked at her attentively. "Not to prove anything," she continued, "just to be honest." He nodded. "That will matter." The conversation ended there, not because it was incomplete, but because it was understood. Later, as the castle quieted, Hermione sat by the window, watching the stars emerge. She thought about the battles she had fought, the roles she had carried, the expectations she had met. None of them defined her now. They informed her, but they did not limit her. She understood then that legacy was not about recognition or accomplishment. It was about alignment, living in a way that did not fracture the self. When she finally lay down to rest, the child curled close and calm. Draco remained nearby, his presence familiar and grounding. The room felt whole. Hermione did not replay the past or rehearse the future. She rested fully in the present moment. Tomorrow would bring choices, conversations, and opportunities. She would meet them not with urgency but with intention. For the first time, Hermione understood that peace was not a destination. It was a practice, and she was already living it. The next morning arrived with a clarity that felt earned rather than granted. Hermione woke before the child stirred and lay quietly, aware of the calm steadiness within her. There was no sense of waiting, no lingering tension beneath the surface. The stillness felt complete. She rose and moved about the room with practiced ease, preparing for the day without rushing. When the child woke, Hermione greeted her with a gentle voice and steady hands. The connection between them no longer felt like something she had to think about. It flowed naturally, shaped by attention and care rather than fear of mistake. Draco joined them soon after, his presence familiar and grounding. He noticed the shift immediately, not in any dramatic change, but in the way Hermione held herself. There was a quiet authority in her posture now, not commanding but assured. "You seem certain today," he said as they sat together. "I feel settled," she replied. "And when you are settled, certainty follows." They spent the morning in shared routine. Hermione found comfort in the rhythm of it, the way small actions accumulated into meaning. The child responded to voices and movement with growing awareness, her presence shaping the pace of everything else. As midday approached, Hermione felt a gentle pull toward engagement beyond the room. Not obligation, but curiosity. She considered it carefully, listening to herself rather than external expectation. "I think I would like to speak with a few people today," she said at last. Draco looked at her attentively. "Anyone in particular?" "Those who matter," she replied. "Not many." He nodded without question. The meetings that followed were quiet and intentional. Familiar faces came one by one, each encounter marked by respect rather than assumption. Hermione did not explain herself beyond what felt true. She did not defend her choices or justify her pace. She spoke honestly about where she was and what she valued now. To her surprise, that honesty was enough. No one demanded more. No one pressed her for promises. The conversations felt like bridges rather than tests. By the time the last visitor left, Hermione felt neither drained nor overwhelmed. She felt affirmed, not because others approved, but because she had remained aligned with herself throughout. That afternoon she stepped outside again, the child held securely against her. The air was warmer now, the grounds alive with quiet movement. Hermione walked slowly, allowing the moment to unfold without destination. She paused near the edge of the lawn, watching the light shift across the grass. For the first time in a long while, she felt no urgency to move forward or backward. She was content to remain exactly where she was. Draco joined her after some time, standing close without interrupting the moment. "I remember when you could not stand here without planning 3 steps ahead," he said quietly. She smiled faintly. "I remember when I did not trust stillness. And now I understand that stillness is not absence," she said. "It is presence." They returned inside as the light began to fade. Hermione felt the familiar pleasant tiredness settle into her body. It was the kind that came from engagement, not strain. She rested back, the child calm and content against her. As evening approached, Hermione found herself reflecting on something she had avoided naming until now. She realized that she no longer felt divided between who she had been and who she was becoming. The two had integrated into something whole. "I think I used to believe I had to choose between strength and softness," she said quietly. Draco listened without interrupting. "But now I see that they support each other," she continued. "Strength without softness becomes rigid. Softness without strength becomes fragile." He considered that. "You have found balance." "Yes," she said. "And it feels sustainable." The child shifted gently, responding to Hermione's voice. She adjusted her instinctively, her movements calm and assured. There was no doubt in her touch now, only familiarity and care. As night settled, Hermione prepared for rest with the same intention she carried through the day. She did not rush sleep or resist it. She welcomed it as part of the rhythm she was learning to trust. Before lying down, she stood by the window for a moment, watching the stars emerge one by one. She thought about the future not as something to control or fear, but as something to meet. She understood now that purpose was not a single role or achievement. It was a way of moving through the world with integrity. When she finally rested, Draco nearby and the child sleeping peacefully, the room felt complete. There was no sense of ending or beginning, only continuation. Hermione closed her eyes with a calm certainty that surprised her with its simplicity. She was no longer preparing for the next chapter. She was already living it. The sense of continuation followed Hermione into the next morning like a steady companion. She did not wake with questions pressing at the edges of her thoughts. Instead, she woke with awareness, the kind that felt rooted rather than searching. The child lay beside her half awake, and calm her small movements unhurried, as if she too understood the pace of this new life. Hermione remained still for a moment, allowing herself to notice the quiet. The castle breathed around them steady and familiar. Nothing felt temporary. That realization settled deeply and stayed. She rose slowly, carrying the child with ease, and moved toward the window. The light outside was soft, touched with warmth. She remembered mornings long ago when she would rise with urgency, her mind already racing toward tasks and responsibilities. Now there was space between waking and doing, and she valued that space more than she could have imagined. Draco joined them not long after, his presence gentle and unassuming. He did not speak, immediately sensing that the quiet mattered. When he did, his voice carried calm curiosity. "You seem reflective today," he said. "I am," she replied. "I was thinking about what it means to belong somewhere." He considered that thoughtfully. "And what did you decide?" "That belonging is not about being needed," she said. "It is about being allowed to stay as you are." The words surprised her with their truth. She had spent so much of her life proving her usefulness, earning her place through effort and sacrifice. Now she understood that real belonging did not require performance. The morning unfolded gently. Hermione tended to the child with instinctive confidence, responding to her needs without anxiety. She noticed how natural it felt now, how the rhythm of care shaped her day without constraining it. Motherhood had not narrowed her world. It had focused it. Later that morning, Hermione received a request she had not expected, but somehow felt prepared for. A small group of students wished to visit, not out of curiosity or reverence, but simple familiarity. They had known her once as a figure of certainty and strength. Now they wished to see her as she was. Hermione considered the request carefully, then agreed. She did not feel the need to hide or perform. She trusted herself to meet them honestly. The visit was quiet and respectful. The students spoke of their studies, their hopes, their uncertainties. Hermione listened more than she spoke. When she did speak, it was not to instruct or impress, but to reflect. She shared what she had learned about balance, about choosing when to act, and when to rest, about allowing growth without force. They listened with genuine attention, not because she was a legend, but because she was present. When they left, Hermione felt no exhaustion, only a sense of quiet fulfillment. That afternoon, she sat alone for a while, reflecting on the interaction. She realized that her role in the world had shifted, not diminished. She no longer needed to lead from the front. She could guide by example, simply by living in alignment with her values. Draco noticed the thoughtful calm that followed. "You did well," he said. "I did not try to," she replied. "I just was." He smiled at that, understanding the significance. As the day progressed, Hermione felt a gentle stirring of something new, not urgency, but curiosity. She began to think about how she might contribute moving forward, not out of obligation, but desire. The ideas came slowly, unformed and unpressured. She allowed them to exist without demanding clarity. In the late afternoon, Hermione walked again through the grounds, this time with no destination at all. She followed paths instinctively, letting her feet guide her. She passed familiar landmarks without attachment, seeing them anew. The lake, the trees, the open sky, all felt like companions rather than backdrops. She paused near a quiet clearing and sat for a while, simply breathing. The child slept peacefully against her chest, her presence steady and grounding. Hermione felt a deep sense of gratitude rise within her, not sharp or overwhelming, but calm and enduring. She understood then that she was no longer driven by the need to make things right. She was guided by the desire to make things meaningful. The distinction mattered. When she returned, Draco was waiting, reading quietly. He looked up and met her gaze with ease. "You look like you found something," he said. "I found space," she replied, "and I think I am finally learning how to use it." That evening, Hermione reorganized her thoughts, not through writing or planning, but through conversation. She and Draco spoke quietly about the future, not in terms of timelines or expectations, but possibilities. They spoke of values, of pace, of what kind of life they wanted to shape. There was no tension in the discussion, no need for resolution. The act of speaking openly felt sufficient. They trusted that clarity would come when needed. As night fell, Hermione prepared for rest with familiar ease. The child settled quickly, her breathing soft and even. Hermione lay back, feeling a sense of completion, not as an ending, but as a fullness of the day. Before sleep, she reflected on how far she had come, not in distance, but in depth. She had learned to listen to herself, to honor her limits, to trust her instincts. These were not lessons she could have learned in battle or study. They came only through living. She realized that her life no longer revolved around reacting to external forces. It revolved around intentional response. That shift changed everything. Draco remained nearby, his presence steady and reassuring. Hermione did not need reassurance anymore, but she valued companionship. There was strength in shared silence. As she closed her eyes, Hermione felt no anxiety about what lay ahead. The future felt open but not demanding. She knew that whatever came, she would meet it with clarity and care. She understood now that wholeness was not something achieved once and kept forever. It was something practiced daily through attention and choice. And tomorrow she would practice again, not out of duty, but out of commitment to the life she was consciously building. The morning light spilled softly through the windows, illuminating Hermione's room with a warmth that felt both familiar and new. She woke slowly, listening to the gentle rhythm of the child's breathing beside her. The sensation of calm had become almost second nature, yet each day it impressed upon her a quiet gratitude. It was not complacency, but recognition. Recognition of the life she had carved for herself through intention and patience. Draco was already awake, standing near the window, looking out at the grounds with the same contemplative stillness Hermione had learned to trust. When he noticed her stirring, he turned, offering a small smile, not questioning her state, merely acknowledging it. "You've been quiet this morning," he said. "I'm listening," she replied, letting her gaze wander to the soft movement of leaves outside. "Listening to the quiet before the day begins." He inclined his head, understanding without judgment. They no longer needed to fill silence with noise. Silence itself had become meaningful. Hermione dressed with ease, the child wrapped securely against her, and they moved to the sitting area. She noticed how every routine gesture, the settling of the child in her arms, the arrangement of cushions, the alignment of a small blanket, felt deliberate and satisfying. There was no pressure to accomplish, only intention in every movement. Over breakfast, they spoke of small, mundane things. The weather, the scent of rain lingering on the stone, the hum of activity from the grounds. Hermione realized she could savor these small interactions in ways she had never allowed herself before. Life was no longer measured by urgency, it was measured by presence. After the meal, Hermione felt a gentle impulse to venture beyond the familiar rooms. Not necessity, not duty, but curiosity. "I want to see the gardens today," she said. Draco's eyebrows rose in subtle surprise. "Alone?" "Yes, with the child," she clarified. "I don't need company. I just want to move freely without expectation." He nodded, accepting her decision without hesitation. "I'll be here if you need me." The gardens felt alive, not because they were new, but because she was seeing them differently. Each flower, each winding path, each tree that reached skyward no longer existed as a static backdrop. They felt dynamic, as if each element had a rhythm and space of its own. Hermione moved slowly, breathing in the scents, feeling the soft sway of grass beneath her feet. The child reached toward a patch of sunlit flowers. Hermione guided her hands gently, showing her the petals without instructing, merely inviting. The smallness of the moment struck Hermione with clarity. Influence could be quiet and powerful simultaneously. Care and presence mattered more than action or command. Later, as she paused near a stone bench, Hermione reflected on the nature of growth. She had spent much of her life seeking mastery, over knowledge, over outcomes, over circumstances. Now, she saw that mastery was not always about control. It was about understanding one's own boundaries, observing without imposing, and choosing intention over compulsion. Draco joined her in the gardens eventually, standing quietly beside her, observing without intrusion. "You look content," he said softly. "I am," she admitted. "Not because everything is perfect, but because I feel aligned with it. With life, with choice, with presence." He smiled, not in triumph but in quiet recognition. "You've come far." "Yes," Hermione said, and she meant it, not as a measure of distance traveled, but as acknowledgement of depth achieved. They remained there for some time, watching the sunlight move across the grounds. The child played quietly nearby, exploring without hurry or worry. Hermione noticed how the child's small confidence mirrored her own. Curiosity tempered by safety, exploration guided by choice. When they returned indoors, the evening approached with gentle inevitability. Hermione settled near the window once again, the child asleep in her lap. She reflected on the day, recognizing how each quiet decision, the walks, the pauses, the attentiveness, was itself a form of progress. She realized she no longer measured success in terms of milestones or achievements. Success now was the conscious choice to exist fully in each moment, to meet reality without resistance, to embrace both simplicity and complexity with equal respect. Draco moved closer, silent, a steady presence without need for words. Hermione found herself resting against him without thought or hesitation. There was trust in proximity, comfort in shared quiet, and acknowledgement without declaration. Before sleep, Hermione whispered, more to herself than to anyone else, "I am not afraid of living fully anymore." Draco's hand found hers in response. "You've already begun." The castle around them settled into night. The child slept peacefully. Hermione closed her eyes with calm certainty, no longer driven by fear, expectation, or duty. She was present, aligned, and ready for whatever the next day would bring. The future was no longer something to conquer. It was something to meet, and she was meeting it with quiet, deliberate intention. Morning arrived with a soft persistence, brushing through the windows and filling Hermione's room with gentle light. She woke gradually, feeling the calm steadiness she had cultivated over recent weeks. The child stirred beside her, small movements that were both alert and deliberate. Hermione smiled faintly, sensing the quiet rhythm that now defined their life. There was no urgency, only the deliberate unfolding of time. She rose carefully, wrapping the child securely in her arms. The ease with which she moved was a silent testament to her growth. Draco was already nearby, standing by the window, his gaze distant yet calm. He did not speak at first, simply observing, as if granting her the space she had learned to claim for herself. "You're up early," he said softly, not questioning, merely noticing. "I think mornings feel different now," Hermione replied. "They are ours to inhabit rather than endure." Draco nodded, understanding without comment. They no longer needed explanations or justifications. Presence had replaced obligation as the measure of engagement. Breakfast passed quietly, punctuated by the child's small sounds and the gentle cadence of conversation. Hermione noticed how deeply she could savor these moments now, how the simple act of sharing space had taken on new weight. Life was no longer a series of obligations. It was the sum of these small, deliberate choices. After the meal, Hermione felt a quiet pull toward movement. She did not announce it. She simply rose and adjusted the child in her arms. "I want to explore the castle grounds today," she said. Draco tilted his head. "Just the two of you?" "Yes," she replied. "I need to feel it with calm, not with expectation." He nodded. "I'll remain nearby if you need anything." Outside, the world felt renewed. The gardens, the stone paths, even the distant towers seemed infused with subtle life. Each step Hermione took was measured and intentional. She allowed herself to notice the sway of leaves, the scent of damp earth, the gentle interplay of shadow and light. Everything existed not as a backdrop, but as part of the unfolding day. The child reached toward a flower, fascinated by the curve of its petals. Hermione guided her hands gently, encouraging curiosity without instruction. The lesson was subtle. Growth could be nurtured without force. Influence did not require control. Attention was enough. Later, as they approached a quiet bench, Hermione paused to reflect. So much of her life had been defined by urgency and control. She had strived for mastery in knowledge, in strategy, and outcomes. And yet, she now realized that mastery had a new form. The mastery of presence. Watching, listening, responding intentionally. These acts were powerful because they were chosen, not compelled. Draco joined her then, standing close but silent. "You look at peace," he said. "I am," she replied. "Not because the world is perfect, but because I am aligned with it. With life, with choice, with being present." He smiled faintly, acknowledging her insight. "You've grown far beyond what you once imagined." "Yes," Hermione said, "not in distance traveled, but in depth reached." They lingered there, listening to the soft murmur of the world around them. The child explored nearby, her movements confident and unhurried, a reflection of the patience and attention that Hermione now embodied. Each small gesture, each quiet decision, became part of the rhythm of life she was learning to navigate with ease. Returning indoors as the light waned, Hermione felt the familiar calm settle into her body. She rested with the child asleep against her chest, Draco close by, silent and steady. There was no need to replay the day, no need to analyze or anticipate. The moment itself was complete. Before sleep claimed her, Hermione whispered softly, "I am ready for whatever comes next." Draco's hand found hers, warm and grounding. "You already are." The castle settled into quiet. Outside, the stars began to scatter across the night sky. Hermione felt aligned with herself and the world around her. She no longer feared the future, nor did she cling to the past. She was fully present, and that was enough. Tomorrow would arrive as it always did, but she would meet it with clarity, intention, and quiet strength. The dawn broke with a delicate stillness, diffused through the high windows of Hermione's room. She woke slowly, aware first of the child's soft breathing beside her, and then of the quiet warmth of the room itself. The sense of calm she had cultivated over weeks had become familiar, a companion rather than a rare visitor. For the first time, waking felt like an act of anticipation rather than obligation. She rose with deliberate ease, adjusting the child against her chest, feeling the small weight as grounding rather than burden. Draco was already up, leaning against the window frame. His posture was relaxed, his gaze calm, as if he too understood the rhythm of the morning. He did not speak immediately, respecting the quiet that had become so precious. "You've been awake for a while," he said softly, finally breaking the silence. I wanted to watch the light move across the grounds, Hermione replied, her voice quiet. It feels different when you notice it without thinking about what comes next. He nodded, understanding without judgment. Silence was no longer a void. It was a space to be filled with awareness. Breakfast was unhurried. Hermione observed how deeply she could savor small interactions now. The child's curious gestures, Draco's attentive presence, the subtle sounds of the castle waking around them. Each moment carried meaning simply by being acknowledged. Later in the morning, Hermione felt the familiar pull toward the outside, the garden, the familiar paths that had become her sanctuary. She did not speak of it. She simply rose, adjusting the child and preparing to walk. "I'll come with you," Draco offered, though she shook her head gently. "Not today," she said. "I want to feel the space with her first, unaccompanied by expectation." Outside, the world seemed to breathe along with them. The air was cool, tinged with the scent of damp earth and the subtle sweetness of early blooms. Hermione allowed herself to move slowly, noticing the sway of leaves, the play of sunlight on stone, the ripple of wind across grass. Everything felt alive, not as scenery, but as part of the day she was experiencing intentionally. The child reached toward a cluster of flowers, her tiny hands brushing the petals with wonder. Hermione guided her gently, teaching not through words but through presence. Growth did not require instruction, only attention and care. They wandered deeper into the gardens, pausing by a shaded bench where Hermione sat with the child in her lap. She reflected on how much of her past had been defined by control over knowledge, outcomes, even over herself. And yet, she now saw that true power came from awareness, from intentionality. To observe, to respond, to choose deliberately. This was mastery in its quietest, most profound form. Draco joined her after some time, standing nearby with unspoken understanding. "You look fulfilled," he said. "I am," she replied. "Not because life has changed, but because I have." They remained there together, sharing the silence, letting the child explore nearby. Hermione noticed how her own patience had deepened, how her attentiveness now allowed for growth without interference, for presence without imposition. Each small choice, the way she held the child, the way she moved through the garden, was itself a reinforcement of the life she was intentionally building. As the day gave way to evening, Hermione returned indoors. She felt a pleasant exhaustion, the kind that comes not from strain but from engagement and awareness. The child slept soundly against her chest, and Draco remained nearby, steady and silent. The room seemed to hum with quiet satisfaction, the kind that comes from alignment with oneself and the world around them. Before sleep, Hermione whispered softly to herself, "I am ready for what comes next, not because I must, but because I choose it." Draco's hand found hers, warm and grounding. "And you already are," he replied. The castle settled into night. Outside, the stars began to scatter across the sky, and Hermione felt an enduring calm. She no longer feared the future, nor clung to the past. She rested fully in the present, confident in her choices, and aligned with the rhythm of life she was intentionally creating. Tomorrow would arrive, and she would meet it not with urgency, but with purpose, presence, and quiet strength. The morning air carried a crispness that felt like a gentle invitation. Hermione woke gradually, feeling the soft weight of the child beside her and the calm presence of Draco nearby. The room was filled with quiet light, diffused across the walls and floor in patterns that shifted subtly as the sun rose. She breathed in slowly, savoring the stillness, aware that each moment of calm had been carefully earned. She rose without hurry, adjusting the child securely in her arms. There was a strength in her movements now that had nothing to prove. It existed simply because it was necessary, steady and grounded. Draco noticed, not commenting, only observing with quiet recognition. He no longer felt the need to guide her or anticipate her decisions. He trusted her entirely. "Morning feels different here," she said softly, speaking more to herself than to him. "It does," Draco agreed. "You've changed the space as much as it has changed you." Hermione nodded thoughtfully, realizing he was right. The rooms, the corridors, the grounds, everything now reflected a life that had grown organically from choice rather than necessity. The sense of belonging she had longed for had finally arrived, quiet and unobtrusive, yet utterly complete. Breakfast was slow and deliberate, each bite and sip infused with awareness. The child moved gently in her lap, her small fingers tracing Hermione's hand with a quiet curiosity that made Hermione smile. The moments were ordinary, yet rich, each small gesture carrying meaning through presence alone. Draco sat across from her, calm and attentive, sharing the space without the need to fill it with conversation. Later, Hermione decided to venture into the castle beyond their immediate quarters, accompanied by the child. She moved with care, observing the familiar halls with renewed attention. The tapestries, the stone floors, the gentle echoes of footsteps, all felt infused with memory and significance. She realized that these corridors no longer reminded her of trials endured. They reminded her of choices made and lessons integrated. They stopped in the library, drawn not by necessity but by curiosity. Hermione allowed herself to linger among the shelves, fingers brushing lightly over spines as if greeting old friends. The child was equally fascinated, peering at the rows of books with wonder. Hermione found a quiet corner and settled with a small volume, reading without purpose, without expectation, simply for the pleasure of discovery. Draco joined them later, settling into a chair nearby. They shared a silence that was complete and comfortable, punctuated only by the occasional sound of the child exploring or turning a page. Hermione realized then how much she had missed this kind of calm intimacy. Connection without urgency, presence without pretense. As the afternoon waned, they walked through the gardens. Hermione allowed herself to wander without direction, following instinct and observation. She noticed the play of light across leaves, the subtle movements of insects and birds, the texture of the grass beneath her feet. The child reached for flowers and gently explored with Hermione's guidance, learning without instruction. Hermione marveled at how natural teaching could be when it emerged from attention rather than authority. They paused by the lake, the surface rippling gently in the breeze. Hermione reflected on the journey that had brought her here, realizing that the past no longer weighed heavily upon her. Her strength and patience had been forged through adversity, yet now they were tempered by clarity and choice. Draco stood beside her, his hand lightly touching hers. "You've found a rhythm," he said quietly. "Yes," she replied. "Not one imposed by circumstance, but one I created with care." The child slept in her arms on the way back, a steady presence anchoring every step. Hermione felt a profound sense of continuity, recognizing that growth did not always come from dramatic changes, but from deliberate, persistent attention to the small moments. That evening, as night settled over the castle, Hermione prepared for rest. She lingered for a moment by the window, watching stars emerge one by one. She thought about the future, not with apprehension, but with quiet intention. Life would bring choices, challenges, and opportunities, but she was no longer defined by reaction or fear. She would meet it with presence, with patience, and with the clarity she had nurtured over so many days. Draco moved close, their hands meeting naturally. "You're ready," he said. "Yes," she whispered. "I am." And in that quiet certainty, Hermione finally rested fully, the castle around them serene, the child sleeping peacefully, and the world outside waiting patiently for the life she was now fully prepared to live. The morning unfolded gently, the sunlight spilling across the room in thin, golden streams. Hermione awoke slowly, aware first of the quiet rhythm of the child's breathing, then of Draco's calm presence nearby. The tranquility that now filled their lives was not fragile. It felt anchored, steady, and real. She rose with care, adjusting the child in her arms, moving with an ease that came from practice, not effort. Draco noticed immediately, offering a small smile without words. There was no need to speak. Their understanding had long since become intuitive. "Morning suits you," he said finally. "It suits all of us," Hermione replied, letting her gaze follow the light across the walls. "I feel present in it." The breakfast that followed was slow and deliberate. Hermione noticed every movement. The child reaching toward her hand, the softness of the bread, the warmth of the tea, the way light shifted on Draco's face. Each small detail carried weight because she noticed it, because she was no longer rushing through the motions of life to reach some distant point. After the meal, Hermione felt the familiar pull toward the gardens. This time, however, she moved not with the intention of exploring or observing, but simply to walk, to let the day carry her. She adjusted the child in her arms, steady and confident, and stepped into the morning light. Draco followed without pressing, giving her the space she had learned to claim. The garden was alive, but it no longer commanded her attention with drama or necessity. Every rustle of leaves, the soft hum of bees, the gentle sway of flowers, all of it felt integral, like a conversation she was finally able to hear. The child's laughter filled the air, small and light, reminding Hermione of the delicate balance between care and freedom. They paused by a quiet bench shaded by a large oak. Hermione let the child explore nearby, guiding without instruction, watching as curiosity blossomed naturally. She marveled at the simplicity of influence through attention, realizing once again that strength was not always exertion. It could also be presence, patience, and gentle guidance. Draco stood near her, silent, observing both of them. "You've grown into this," he said softly. "More than I could have imagined." "Yes," Hermione admitted. "Not in what I can do, but in who I am becoming. The past shaped me, yes, but it doesn't define me anymore." They lingered, watching the play of sunlight and shadow, the quiet stirrings of life around them. The child explored confidently, Hermione's calm presence giving her space to discover. Draco's quiet steadiness anchored the moment, a reminder that support could exist without interference. Later, they wandered through the paths, the world moving gently around them. Hermione allowed herself to pause at each familiar landmark, noticing textures, colors, scents she had long ignored. The castle and its grounds were no longer just a place to survive. They were part of a life she had actively chosen, a life she was intentionally building day by day. When evening approached, Hermione returned inside, feeling a satisfaction that came from being fully engaged rather than hurried. She settled with the child asleep against her chest, feeling the weight and warmth as grounding, a living reminder of continuity and care. Draco moved close, sharing the quiet space without need for words. Before sleep, Hermione spoke softly, more to herself than anyone else. "I have learned to be present, to trust the rhythm of life, to embrace the moments without forcing meaning." Draco's hand found hers in response. "And that is strength," he said. The castle fell into quiet around them. Stars began to pierce the night sky outside, and Hermione let herself rest fully, without concern for tomorrow or regret for yesterday. Life was happening in these small, deliberate moments, and she was ready to meet it with awareness, patience, and intention. The future no longer pressed upon her. It waited, patient, ready for the life she was now fully capable of living. And she was ready. The morning light entered softly, brushing across the walls and floor in golden streaks. Hermione awoke slowly, attuned first to the gentle rise and fall of the child's breathing beside her, and then to Draco's steady presence nearby. The calm that had settled into their lives no longer felt tentative. It was firm, reliable, and comforting. She lingered a moment, appreciating the quiet before rising, allowing herself the luxury of presence rather than movement. Adjusting the child securely in her arms, Hermione moved with deliberate grace. Draco noticed, offering a quiet smile without comment. Their shared understanding required no words anymore. The rhythm of their coexistence had grown intuitive, almost seamless. "I think the mornings have changed," Hermione said softly, her eyes following the first hints of sunlight on the garden below. "They reflect you," Draco replied. "Steady, deliberate, and aware." Breakfast was gentle and unhurried. Hermione focused on small details, the warmth of the tea, the child's curiosity, the shifting light across Draco's features. These moments, previously overlooked in her preoccupied days, now carried significance simply through acknowledgement. Life was no longer a race. It was a series of deliberate breaths and careful observations. Later, Hermione felt a quiet impulse to wander through the castle corridors. She moved without announcement, the child nestled in her arms, her steps measured and calm. The familiar halls felt different today. Not merely passages, but living spaces with texture, memory, and presence. Each echo of her footsteps reminded her of choices made, of growth achieved quietly over time. They arrived at the library, and Hermione allowed the child to explore low shelves while she picked a volume without purpose beyond curiosity. Words flowed past her eyes in a gentle current, unpressured and inviting. Draco joined her shortly, settling nearby with a calm that neither demanded nor disturbed. They shared the space in silence, a companionship that no longer required conversation. Hermione reflected on how much she had learned. Influence could be quiet, presence could be strong, and attention could guide more than instruction ever could. In the afternoon, they moved outside, stepping into the gardens where sunlight warmed the paths and leaves swayed with a gentle breeze. Hermione let her steps follow instinct, observing the world with openness and curiosity. The child moved freely, exploring without constraint, encouraged by Hermione's careful guidance. The ordinary details, the texture of the grass, the subtle fragrance of flowers, the playful movement of insects, felt extraordinary through attentive eyes. They paused by the lake, watching the ripples spread across its surface. Hermione felt a profound sense of alignment, recognizing how far she had traveled, not in distance but in depth. She no longer measured growth by achievement or survival, but by the ability to remain present, intentional, and calm. Draco reached for her hand, brushing it lightly with his own. "You've learned to move through life differently," he said. "Not with urgency or fear, but with clarity." "Yes," Hermione replied, "and it feels like strength in its truest form. I no longer act out of necessity or expectation. I act because it aligns with who I am and the life I want to live." Evening arrived, and they returned inside. The child slept in her arms, warm and steady. Hermione settled near the window, Draco close, sharing silence and companionship effortlessly. Before sleep, she whispered quietly, more to herself than anyone else, "I have learned to trust the moment, to embrace choice, and to act with awareness. I am no longer chasing or fleeing. I am simply here." Draco's hand found hers, affirming the truth of her words. "And that is enough," he said softly. The castle grew still around them. Stars emerged, scattered across the sky, unhurried, patient, steady. Hermione allowed herself to sink into rest fully, knowing the life she was building, the moments she was living, were aligned, deliberate, and enduring. Tomorrow would arrive, carrying its challenges and possibilities, and she would meet it fully awake, fully present, and fully herself. The dawn arrived quietly, soft light spilling into the room like a promise rather than a demand. Hermione woke slowly, the child nestled against her, warm and breathing steadily. Draco sat nearby, calm and composed, watching the first rays of sunlight stretch across the grounds. The air held a rare stillness, one that was complete and unbroken, and Hermione felt it resonate deep within her. She rose deliberately, adjusting the child in her arms, her movements steady and unhurried. The comfort of routine had transformed into the freedom of choice, every motion purposeful, every breath intentional. Draco noticed, offering only a small, understanding smile. Words were unnecessary. The quiet between them spoke volumes. "I think this morning feels different," Hermione said softly, more a reflection than a statement. "It does," Draco replied. "Not because the day has changed, but because you have." Breakfast passed with a gentle rhythm. The child explored carefully, curiosity tempered by the calm that Hermione now radiated. Hermione's attention was fully present, guiding without controlling, noticing without imposing. Draco sat quietly, observing the scene, his presence steady, giving support without pressure. Later, Hermione felt the familiar urge to walk, to move through the castle and gardens with the child. She rose, adjusting the small bundle against her chest, and stepped into the morning light. Draco followed at a distance, respecting the space Hermione now claimed naturally. The gardens seemed alive in a new way. Each leaf, each ripple of the lake, each distant sound carried significance because she noticed them. The child's small hands brushed against flowers, exploring gently, and Hermione guided without instruction, letting attention and presence teach more than words ever could. They paused at the edge of the lake. Hermione breathed deeply, letting the breeze carry away remnants of the past. She realized that every battle, every fear, every choice she had faced since the war had led to this. Clarity, presence, alignment, and calm. The weight of expectation had dissolved, replaced by intentional living. Draco approached, standing quietly beside her. "You found a life that suits you," he said softly. "Yes," Hermione replied, a faint smile on her lips. "A life shaped by choice, by attention, by presence. Not forced, not expected, simply lived." The child reached up, grasping Hermione's hand, and Hermione felt a surge of gratitude. Everything she had endured, every uncertainty and fear, had led to this: a small life thriving, a family bound by trust and quiet intention, and a sense of home that was not tied to walls or legacy, but to love and presence. As evening descended, they returned inside. Hermione settled near the window, the child asleep in her lap, Draco at her side. The castle fell into a gentle hush, shadows stretching and blending with the fading light. Before sleep, Hermione whispered, "I no longer chase life, nor flee from it. I am here, fully awake, fully present, fully myself." Draco took her hand in his, warm and grounding. "And that is everything," he said. Stars began to pierce the night sky outside, steady and eternal. Hermione closed her eyes with complete certainty. The journey, with all its trials and choices, had brought her here. She had learned the art of living intentionally, of embracing presence, of allowing love and patience to guide her steps. Tomorrow would arrive as it always did, but she no longer feared it. She would meet it with clarity, with care, and with the quiet, enduring strength she had spent her life cultivating. The story of her life, of their family, had reached a moment of stillness that was full, complete, and infinitely sustaining. And Hermione, Draco, and the child rested together, aligned, whole, and ready for all the days yet to come.